Yeah, it looks good. Why is that not showing the New York Empire? Check that really quick. Hang tight, guys. Give me one quick second here. Oh, kind of didn't know you were there yet. Hold on there. Looking for a ouch. No. Why is it not showing the Empire State? All right. Good morning. How are you this morning? Give me one quick second here. Hang tight here. Good morning out there. Sorry, I was just reading. I was looking for the Empire State Survey this morning. It looks like it was not good. TNX rolling over this morning. Here's TNX. Right here. We got some stuff to go over this morning. So, a few things to talk about. So, yesterday I was doing some test streams. My CMOS or something like that, a batteries died in my computer. I was able to get some batteries. I replaced them. I got like a 20 pack of batteries or something stupid like that yesterday that fit. The market was well hedged. If you think about coming into the month of October from September, we didn't get a September, did we? And even if we don't get a September or October, at least one of those months, the market typically pulls back meaningfully. So some years we get what? Like I remember people were saying we were gonna get a a Black Monday in October, right? This was back in August, right? And then we didn't get anything in September, did we? Nothing meaningful, at least. So then the argument became, we'll get it in October. And not getting anything in September, the deck became stacked. I mean, bears threw everything, right? They threw everything at the wall. It was like triple hurricanes, quadruple inverted yield curve, durated, constipated, whatever. And then we've got Civil War, election, gravy seal, there's a guy running around North Carolina right now acting like he's living in Mad Max or something like that. This is the #1 country in the entire world. We've got Ukraine and Russia. We've got Israel, Iran overhang with like World War III stuff. There's a lot, right? And they throw it all on our plate all at once, right? You get the Fed cutting rates, which actually isn't positive. You have the weakest time of the quarter, the most unsupported time of the quarter. It's all just like piled on, right? Like smear the shit on the wall. And indubitably, shoot, I'm losing. Fuck. I'm losing the stream already. Hang tight here. What is that? I gotta figure what that is. So you've got a. Let me turn a bunch of. I got a bunch of stuff going on here in the background. I don't know exactly what's going on here. Indubitably, the first sign of the market going down in October, and the puts that came in were ridiculous. It was stupid. And these weren't puts that were reasonable. They were way out of the money crash puts, rolling in hard and heavy. Now, due to that, the market can't go down. It's not going to go down unless you get real money selling alongside that OTM put protection. Just that's what it's meant for crashes, due to risk. And those events solved themselves along the way. Most of them have solved themselves along the way. There's still some overhang from Iran and Israel. There's still some overhang from election volatility, and you could say like there's elevated volatility from Russia and Ukraine, but that's kind of like there, isn't it? It's been there now for too long, right? So markets buying tons of crash puts, unless we get an event that drives that selling, we're not going to go down. Not if we're well hedged. We also had, remember the fear from port closures, right? And port strikes and all of that kind of stuff. People actually were out there. People are out there buying toilet paper en masse, hoarding toilet paper again. But that resolved itself. So all these things just continue to resolve themselves, which you need that event to drive the market lower. And without that happening, and if we're well hedged, that's not what's going to happen. And actually, as that vol rolls off, the market should squeeze higher. So no real money selling driven by events, well hedged. And what are dealers going to do? They're going to squeeze the hell out of the market. They're not going to let those OTM puts print. Now, can they let them print in the future? Yes, they can, or at least partially, now that wall is built. But not until they're dead, not until they're worthless, right? Now, they did that back somewhere back over here on the... Somewhere back over here. Right over here. Right in here. This is when all these puts were bought. Like right down in here. Doom puts. We got the one squeeze higher right here, and that was it. That was all that's all we needed right there. Break above the prior high. Back test, and then boom. This one right here is when it was over, and it was just off to the races. Higher at that point. You broke that prior high, and the way is up. Now, what do they do with that, right? Squeeze it, squeeze it, squeeze it. And fascinatingly enough, I mean, I shouldn't not expect this. They were out in force buying puts again yesterday. Like more put buying yesterday. Now there's some bearish stuff here. Not quite bearish, but as of yesterday, the landscape was everyone loaded to the tits on 6,000C, but no higher. And you need that development. I think Vol Wiz might have brought this up a week or two ago. You need call development above 6,000. Everybody can't be on 6,000. If everyone's on 6,000, we will only trade 5,900 in and around there. And that's right up here, right? 5,900, right up there. You're not going to trade higher. You need calls being rolled to new highs. So it's a combination of stuff. You need to be well hedged, and you need calls rolled higher than 6,000. We can get to 5,900 easy, but we can't get to 6,000 unless we roll calls to 6,100, 6,200, 63, 64, blah, 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 blah. We can still go down, but we can't go up either until the market believes that we can go higher than 6,000. It's not good enough to be like, we're going to 6,000, bro, so I bought 6,000 calls. That ain't going to work. It's not going to fly. Now, bears are buying calls yesterday. Sellers are buying puts yesterday. Rightfully so to some extent. Were they buying puts, but we have too many people buying puts right now, which is kind of good. That could limit our downside exposure as a buyer. If we do get a pullback, it wouldn't be as severe, believe it or not. So we're going to talk about that this morning. And some other stuff happened. Calls are now being rolled higher, or at least yesterday's data into this morning's data is stating that bulls are buying calls higher. So we'll look at that this morning too. It's like the song is writing itself in repeat once again. So we'll look at that stuff this morning because you don't want to see put buying yesterday. You want to see everyone get exuberant. You want to see everyone think we're going to 6,000 or maybe even higher. And you want people to be unhedged. That's what you want for the market to pull back significantly. So we'll take a quick look at that right now, actually. Let's see if we can do it right now. Give me one quick second here. So this here is 6,000. And you can now see that we've got some calls coming out at 6,100 and 6,200. It's not huge, but it's a start. I wasn't believing as of yesterday that we could trade 6,000, 5,900 basically. But if this gamma hair improves, it would begin to open the door to actually trade 6,000 and not just 5,900. And we could also possibly trade, if you got my brief last night, for Or the market actually rolls over, like 610, 620 is possible too. So this is actually happening. This is a good for the bulls. But not bad at all. So I'm a little impressed with this. Where are we at here? I'm a little impressed with this tag here and this call rolling here. Currently, price, we are trading. So here, let me go back over this way. Right, this is 58.75 right here. This is 58.50 right here. So we are above. This is basically support right here, 58.50. And you could theoretically swing down to 5,800, but this is a nice support area here to continue to attack 58.75 and 5,900. If you're grinding through this 58.75, you can take out 5,900 easily, or at least slam into it. So in the intermediate, let's look at SPX. The call wall is at 5,900. Let me draw this in. Give me one quick second here. Hang tight here. Yeah, we've got 162 million up here. It was 135, I think, yesterday. Yeah, and you got this wall building out here. We got a bunch of stuff actually coming into focus now that we did not have before. So your call wall is now higher this morning. Call wall is now at 59.50. And your local resistance, this isn't really local resistance here. This is just like a speed bump. So local resistance is now 5,900. Now, you can still, this is 58.75. It's a small gamma bar. Let me see here. Hold on. So we got some doors opening to the upside. That doesn't mean we go there right now, but it just means that the doors are open. So your new local resistance, which is pretty firm, you could call this the call wall. If you wanted to, you could call 5,900 the call wall. But the development is happening. You can see the development and call gamma to the upside. So true top of the market today is 59.50. And there's more developments going on higher. Now, that doesn't mean we hit it today, but it does mean that those doors are opening. And they can become important, if not now, down the road, either end of year or next couple days. Even if we hit that stuff now, we can come back to it later. That's important for you if you're a bull. If you're a bull, you need that development. Whether we pull back, consolidate, correct, does not matter. You need that call buying higher. And we did not have that before. Now, that 58.50, what I showed you just a minute ago, this is your support, right? Giant gamma bar on that 58.50. You can trade all this down here, and it's okay. As long as you're slamming into this stuff up here and buying time to buy more calls or roll calls higher, we can trade higher. So be aware of that too. And also stating that right there, 5,800, your gamma flip has risen, but let's talk about how deep you can actually go and still be in a supportive environment. Pretty deep, right? You can go all the way back to all the way back to Friday the 11th, about halfway through the day, about 10 a.m. You can take price all the way back there. Like you can literally, we could bloodbath this whole thing and still be in positive gamma to the upside. Quite supportive, right? They're out there buying, and now they're buying puts. And this support's pretty good. 105 million over here. Let me look at this here. You got 105 million of positive gamma just right here. That's a lot of support. You got not much support here, not much support there, and then your flip's all the way down here. Like your flip is way down at 57.75. And even then, I mean, let's even talk about that. If you bloodbath today, went straight down below the gamma flip, that's just volatility. It's not even negative gamma. You'd have to reject and get the new low below 57.50 to start even talking about doom and gloom. There's a lot of room to run here, isn't there? Something else to take note of, too, is that there's no gamma apparent below this 57.75. So let's take a look at that really quick. 57.75. The first, like, meaningful put gamma is at 5,500. 5450, 5400, and it looks like the wall is roughly at you could say it's in between 53 and 5500. There's a huge bar at 5300. Or 55, somewhere in here. It's a pretty significant dip buy down there. So even if we did roll this stuff over, let's say we had like the October and we had a big bloodbath blasted down, right? You had like that election volatility, maybe something popped off in Iran. You would still find buyers here. Your bottom of the market right now is, I believe, 5,300 right down here. So we're rolling even puts higher. All that 5,200, 4,800, worthless right now. Absolutely dead worthless. People bought puts at the absolute worst moment in the market. So market looks good. I like it. I think the market looks great. Now, let's talk about a few other things here that need to be addressed. This is where the problem comes in for bears. I don't know if it's a problem for the bears, but this is VIX 9-day right here. Let me make this smaller so you can see this here. Oh. Put you over there. Let's just take a quick peek at VIX 9-day, and then let's compare it to SPY. We can do it in a new pane or something like that. Yeah, that looks better. Hold on. Can I let's make the style, I don't know, orange, and we'll make it thick. Make it thick, baby. Okay. Let's just do a little bit of a comparison here. I'll leave that in there. if that helps right there. So I want you to see this VIX coming down. So this buy zone, right? So anyways, when I draw these lines in here, right, this yellow line is my warning line. This is my buy line currently in the market. And I don't expect us to ever trade down here unless we have no volatility in the market or it's summertime, like best time of the year to be trading, that kind of stuff. But this line right here has been pretty consistent. And vol's been elevated. There could be an argument that the price could go a little bit lower because this is increasing. Could be an argument that we could trade slightly lower. VIX 9-day, maybe a little bit lower. Some of that VIX vol has actually come off the market. We could trade into this zone. But the key point here is as we're trading into this zone, market still has more to go. Right? It's like this sideways and up, isn't it? It's up and sideways. And it doesn't necessarily mean bloodbath, does it? And you were coming down here. People are buying puts. So dealers are counter trading those puts right now. And this is, if you look at the thumbnail of this video, it's a rainbow. If you guys ever seen the bear rainbow emote that's out there, people use it all over the place, right? The little flag or the little rainbow. The rainbow is this right here, if you didn't know that. This is the bear flag. But let's take a look at this is when this is the 14th. This is the 3rd. This is 3 weeks. Grinding higher, roll over. 3 weeks. This one right here. This one right here was the 19th to the 27th. What is that? How many sessions is that? 9? Something like that. I don't know what it was. 19th to the 27th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hold on here. Do I have stuff going on in the background here? And it doesn't guarantee that the market's going to go down either, does it? Like we got market down here. We got market going down here, and then crash puts come into play. Whoop. No event. And we squeeze higher. So is there any guarantee that if we go down here and bounce, is there any guarantee we go down here and bounce and we start making our way up? If everybody's buying puts here, right? We just like do that grind up higher. Whoopsie daisy, market up higher. And I want to show you something else here that's concerning for bears. Number one would be you're probably fucking early. Not guaranteed, but you're probably early buying puts. Probably early. If you're going to buy puts or put spreads or some shit like that, I would be saying to you, make sure they're like put spreads or ratios. Again, ratios. Or enough time on them, maybe. There's another issue going on here, too, which is, let me get rid of this. There's another issue going on here in the background, and we're going to chat about that one right now, too. Something of concern for bears. And I want to show you one other thing here. like a series of declining highs on PMOs resulted in this like giant move up. And this series of declining highs in PPOs resulted in a giant move higher. And we're back to something similar right now. We have like series of declining highs. And, you know, even if it's a dip and rip, if we get this breakout in PMOs and PPOs, it could result in something similar to another time period, which is last October, November in 2023. And I also want to show you one more thing here. This 2023 period, we're kind of right there again. This is where you have like a sustained MBI accumulation, and it just grinds like this. And you already know that the banks are buying right now. The big boys are buying. The elephants are buying right now into end of year. And let me show you what happened. Hold on here. The last time this happened, that happened. And that was, you know, a little bit of pullback in October and super fucking ramp. You know, there's March. Fuck you, and there's your seasonal low for the fall. I don't know that we do this, but or even all of this, but it doesn't look good, does it? What it says to you is, what it says to me is, it says to me is that it doesn't matter what happens here. It says to me, it doesn't matter if we bloodbath. Doesn't matter if we bloodbath all the way down here. We're going like way up there. And it doesn't matter if we just consolidate. We're going way up there. And way up there is not this is the top. If we get some like blood curdling, you know, if everybody's loaded up, if everybody's hedged, you get 48 to 5,200 hedged, you get 53 to 5,500 hedged, and you don't get these banks selling, and they're just accumulating. We could go into like super ramp mode, and we've already been doing it, haven't we? Super ramp, super ramp, super ramp, and you're like, nah, it's done. And it's not done. If you think that's a lot, that ain't shit. And what I'm telling you is that, you know, super ramp. Okay, blood, super ramp. It just doesn't matter. There's like this super ramp there just waiting for us. Like, consolidate, super ramp. It just wants the super ramp. It's kind of hard to escape it right now. And now you're seeing calls being bought higher, right? I just showed you calls being bought, you know, 6,100, 6,200. So super ramp, like super ramp, you know, it's there. Like super ramp is there. And if I was a bear, I'd be really careful of it. I'm going to be honest with you. You really need like, you really need like, you need something. You need like, I mean, I don't know what else to say to you. Like, You kind of need like World War III or something. I was thinking about it the other day. I'm like, you probably need uh, like a bank to go bankrupt at this point. Um, and I'm being serious on that too. You need. I'm being like half joking, half serious. You literally need like, I don't know, BlackRock goes bankrupt on commercial real estate. You need like an event because there ain't nothing taking this shit down. They're gonna run it up vertical on any and all pullbacks. It looks like, man, you know what it looks like? It looks like it smells like it smells like hurry up. Like we don't have a lot of time left. You know, we don't know how much longer this bull market's going to last. If we slip into a recession, we have to get there right now. There's like an immediacy to it. And they're waiting for a shoe to drop that we don't know about yet, where like some bank's going to come out and say, oh, God, you know. And sentiment can change like that, but it has to be event driven. At this point, it seems like it. And probably has to be something financial. It has to be like something economic, not even economic. It has to be something like, I don't know, some commercial banks or like, you know, regional banks are actually blowing up, or, you know, like it has to be something. If not, we're going to do this. So that that VIX 9-day should be telling to you. Now, how do you trade that if you're a bear? You could theoretically just trade the vol and not care about prices much. Care more about volatility. It's an easier trade too. Longing volatility does not really matter if price goes down or not. If you see these people panic, which I'm assuming right now that there's going to be panic, or not panic. I'm assuming that if price begins to roll at any point, because we're still in October, you're going to get that panic put buying, that doom put buying in the market. So I question if the market can even go down significantly at this point, or meaningfully at this point. It has to be event driven. You literally loaded the fucking boat with, you threw shit against the wall, every piece of shit you could, and none of it came true. Port strike resolved itself. One hurricane, kind of didn't do anything. Another hurricane did something, but it didn't stop the country. We didn't close the ports. Like all that stuff amplified, like all that stuff on its own wouldn't have done it either, but some of it would have amplified an actual bad thing. Like let's say we had, I don't know, let's say as Israel bombed all of the nuclear sites in Iran, and you had a strike going on, and you had a couple bad hurricanes. That stuff can matter and can amplify downside moves. But if you start scratching them all off one after another, after another, after another, you don't get your downside move. You don't get panic. And if you think about it, think about yourself out there right now. Market mood is pretty good. There's some relief. It's not overly super duper bullish, but it's not overly doomish either at this moment. And market sentiment has not changed. And we know yesterday that the banks are buying hand over fist. God, I bet Tesla gang's out there right now, just like in the corner with the dunce hat on. Like, please, sir, can I have a sausage? I was supposed to join in, sir. So that's not that good. That's not good. It's not good news. And the reason I put the rainbow thumbnail on the YouTube video this morning was because if you're a bear or bearish or bear curious, this is about the time where you're expecting the market to roll over. Right around now. I'm assuming out there that some of you are in puts. You're opening put spreads, and you're expecting this thing to roll over. Either today, bloodbath. I'm assuming bear, your local bear is going to come out into our chats, and they're going to get louder and louder and louder as this whole week, I'm assuming, is going to be a dull roar of bear sentiment that just just cascades into screaming in our chats by Friday. That's my assumption. That's what's going to happen this week, and I'm going to have to deal with it. As a matter of fact, I'm going to have to stop reading the chat. That's what I'm going to have to do because I can't read it. I just can't. I can't read the doom all week long, and I'm assuming that's what's going to happen this week. Just by looking at VIX 9-day, it's like I'll just predict it right now. You're gonna hear bear doom. If like a dull roar is one, expect it to only increase as the week goes on. I love you, Chuck Topakaju. It's hard here. I'll be honest with you. I want nothing more than a nice pullback. I like major pullbacks. Dude, I'm gonna be 100% with you guys. I've been trading this, but not with size. Like 10 grand. That's not size. like 10 grand on 0 dates is nothing. I have some exposure in the market too, but not much. I need like a pullback. Like I need like slap the daily trigger, slap the weekly trigger. I need like doom. I'm like the world's worst bull. Like you guys know me well now. Like the more blood, the more raining, like gushing rivers of dead bulls. I'm in like sexy town. Like I'm like ready to go. I'm like lay all your pain on me. Because I want to buy all your shit because you're on fire. You're normally chubby chasing, right? You're like FOMO in for 10 points, 30 points, like scraping. And I'm always looking for a nice corrective move. Like that's my jam. That shit like that. I make a year. Like my whole year is usually made on those things. They like buffer me. I can gamble. I can buy lottos. Like I can do so much shit and be wrong if I get a good correction. Like, isn't that crazy? Like if we get a good correction, that literally is it's my insurance policy. Every time. It's my literal insurance policy on my year. So it's not like I don't want one. I'm always looking for a good correction or a good pullback or a good major correction, whatever you want to call it. I'm always looking for one. In like 1 or 2% is not enough. Like I'm not talking 1-2%. I want like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Any of those bigger numbers, and I'm in like heaven. So I mean, I'm with you, Bears, but you need to warn you that it's better for a bear to be limiting their expectations and a bull to be extremely bullish for a meaningful pullback. Then it might happen too. We are getting rid of some of that shit smearing across the wall. Where it's not like we have all of those events, all of that event volatility right now. The only real overhang that we have right now is some election volatility. Iran and Israel is still there. but it's not like in your face. Yesterday at about 8, was it 5 o'clock, 8 o'clock, somewhere around that time, Times of Israel came out, and now they tried to bullshit their way out of that late night last night and say we haven't ruled out that stuff. But the idea here is that as of right now, tentatively, I wouldn't be expecting oil fields on fire, nor would I be expecting uh, uh, bunker busters blasting mountains in Iran. I would be expecting something gnarly still. I don't know what it's going to be. They did a cyber attack over the weekend on Iran, and all the Reddit subreddits went ghost. And nobody's talked about it even since. So the internet was definitely shut down in Iran over the weekend. Even though you're not hearing about it publicly, it was down. So there could be some fuckery going on that we don't know about and escalate. I just don't know that it's going to be what you need as a bear. Like you need war expansion, occupation. There are American soldiers in Israel right now to operate THAAD systems, but I don't know if that's enough. I don't think that's enough. So if anything, you need less. And that's my point here. If you can't get an event-driven drop, then you need volatility to come off the market. The other side of that coin would be you make bulls feel safe and put too much risk on the market to the upside, and then the market can actually come down meaningfully. So where does that leave us right now? Where does that leave us right now? Expect sellers to scream doom and gloom the rest of the week. VIX is in the buy zone, right? You know, VIX is pretty much in the buy zone or buy zone-ish. I would expect the market to be trading sideways and up and over like a rainbow. So if you're a bull, you're looking for pullbacks to buy. There's a couple places here to buy. Do I think we crashed today? No. I think it's more of a meaningful, we trade sideways and over. I would like to see us get meaningfully to the downside if possible. So do your thing. Do anything that you can to get us there. If you're a doom bear or doom buyer or doom bear or whatever it is you are, please get us there. Get us there like between like now and the 29th. Larry Williams, I think, has us as your window for bears is until October 29th. So this is your time. It's October 15th. You got 15 days. I just showed you the VIX where it was about 15 days. Right, about 9 to 10 sessions to get it rolling down. By the 15th session, you get your doom downside. Hopefully that's, day or two before the end of the month. This is your time. This is your, God, it's got to suck being a bear this year. It really does have to suck. There's no way that it's any fun being a bear this year. I mean, it's okay being a seller, but a true bear, there's no way that was a fun year. Like, you can go sell side, but there's been a lot of top calling this year. Fuck, they were top calling us in February. We were getting top called in February, March. I didn't forget. I know some people have forgotten. I have not forgotten. Top of the market in February, March. I remember that shit, and it's been like that all year long. So, and we just traded all-time highs right here. 585.26. As a matter of fact, today is Tuesday the 15th, and we just I guess this is a double top if you're a bear. Makes me think of that meme. As far as velocity, I saw someone asked about velocity. Let's take a look at it really quick. 30-minute velo. Is it not here? Hang tight here. We'll take a peek at it. Yeah, we're coming into like peak support in the market, but that's not necessarily negative. In bull markets, that can mean like a little bit more topping action. You want to see what this what this time period looked like? Yeah, this looks good. This looks about right. Just like slam down, slam down, slam down, but like new highs, new highs, new highs, then the roll lower. This was July 9th to July 17th. So it's about 8 sessions, or maybe not 8 sessions, 5 sessions, 8 or 9 days. And that's kind of the thought process here. That's kind of that thought process here, right? The wham, 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 and then you get the roll. Couple of highs in here, and then we roll down eventually. 16th, 17th, 18th. I'd still expect some more highs, still expect some buyers to show up in here. And then you get your roll into the end of the month over there. Makes sense? At least on... And I'd still be trying to buy dips in here. Like 1, 2, 3. Make those attempts at that one right there, that one right there, and then the supercell over there. I mean, I know what the Bears want. The Bears want like straight fucking. I know what a bear wants. Bear wants like down day, Cap. It's Tuesday, bro. Thursday, Friday, staircase, or just straight elevator it down. Get the party started. I get it. I get it. I'm doubting that right now. All I see right now is like, literally, I see 5,900 as the target, and I see like buying dips on hourly triggers until those are tagged, and then I see like a failure of that number, and then we roll lower, and we get your actual roll, and then we'll actually go up there and trade above 5,900. Meanwhile, we'll develop the call side to the upside at 6,100, 6,200, and we'll revisit it down the road at the end of the year. That's at least what it looks like right now. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's the and the worst part is they bought fucking puts yesterday. They fucking did it again. Like, they did it again. It's funnily enough too, right? Uncle JBJ, as I think GS Prime yesterday was like, they were like, we closed shorts and longed the market. I'm like, no shit. Like, we can tell. It's pretty easy to see. That none of you are short. Like, nobody's short right now. They were like forced into buying, like kicking, dragging, and screaming to the upside. Kicking, dragging, screaming. Okay, so what else we got here for you? Gamma flip is at what? 57.75. Banks are long. We got to talk about banks at some point. Israel's refuting yesterday's WAPO article, which said that Israel is not going to strike Iranian oil or nuclear assets. WTI is lower. On the economic calendar front, we got a 3 and 6 month bill auction at 11:30. We get the monthly U.S. budget statement. It doesn't say have a time on that. Wait a minute here. Hold on, I'm on the wrong day here. Make this bigger. It's usually end of day. The U.S. government posted a $380 billion budget deficit in August of 2024. A stark reversal from the $89 billion surplus in the same month last year, compared with forecasts of nearly $350 billion shortfall. It was the widest budget gap since September 2022, as outlays jumped 254% to a near 1.5-year high of $687 billion, driven by a $129 billion increase in Medicare spending. That's old people, by the way. People that want you to cut taxes, tell people that we're spending too much money. And a $125 billion rise in Social Security expenditures. That's those same boomers that tell you our debt is out of control. Meanwhile, receipts rose only 8.3% to $307 billion. Sounds like gun luck, doesn't it? Largely due to $137 billion in individual income taxes. Imagine ripping Social Security and Medicare out of the hands of boomers. They'd fucking freak. Cut my taxes, just don't cut my Social Security. Meanwhile, receipts rose only 8.3% to $307 billion, largely due to $137 billion in individual income taxes and $131 billion from social insurance and retirement contributions. For the first 11 months of 2024 fiscal year, the U.S. deficit increased by 24% to $1.897 trillion from $1.525 trillion in the same period of fiscal 2023, as the current year's interests costs on public debt topped $1 trillion for the first time. One quick second here. That came in on August or September 12th. I'm in the wrong place here. Sorry about that. Going the wrong way. I'm trying to read some other stuff while I'm on now. So here's September 12th, and we super ramped. We went back and back tested the half an hour trigger. And then we super ramped on that budget report. That comes out later today. So, you know, we got that stuff coming out later today. That's all I'll say about that. So if you're looking for doom and gloom from that later in the daytime, the last time we had this report, this government budget report, they said we're spending money out of control and the market squoze. Off a back test on the half an hour trigger. We just didn't stop running. God, fucking sellers can't get any breaks here. On Wednesday, the 16th, we get export prices and import prices. We get the API crude exchange. That's 8:30 in the morning. Then we get API crude oil stock change at 4:30 in the afternoon. Thursday, we get retail sales. That's probably the biggest vol event of the week. So Thursday, 8:30 in the morning. If you wanted a little bit of volatility, that's probably it. And to note on that, you get the day before on Wednesday after the bell, you get the API crude oil stock change. So that could help you after the bell on Wednesday. So I'd be careful if you're a futures trader. I'd be careful Wednesday after the bell, and then I would be watching oil, and then you've got retail sales on Thursday. Let's see if I can see anything here on Friday. You got building permits on Friday. Yeah, this is that window. I talked to you guys last week on briefs about how there's this window of no volatility. It started clearing up last week, and then we're safe-ish until retail sales. Until about this Wednesday, there's no news, nothing that I can see of consequence. Then Thursday we come into retail sales. Building permits on Friday. The next thing, maybe Wednesday the 23rd, existing home sales could be kind of big. You got claims on the 24th. PMI, you got S&P Global Composite PMI Flash, Global Manufacturing Services. That's on the 23rd. Looks like it's on the 23rd, 24th, Thursday the 24th. So you get a little bit of doom end of the month. You got durable goods on the 25th. You get JOLTS. That's a good one for October 29th. So you do ramp up some of the, do we get the S&P 500 case Schiller comes out on the 29th of October. That's some good volatility right there, too, because there's a 3-month lag in that. And then you get a PCE in the 30th. So, the end of the month looks pretty sexy. And the month looks pretty good. I like it. I like the end of the month. I like for bear roll time. Like bear doom. End of the month looks good. You got JOLTS, PCE. You've got the case Schiller is the one that I would be focused on if it was me, because that's going to be a terrible report. It's going to look like dog shit. It ain't going to be pretty. And the December one should be pretty bad too, like November, December. That should come into focus on a larger discussion as we get into the end of the year. SPY rolling down now, trading, breaking through the half-an-hour trigger, coming down into the hourly trigger. S&P 500, SPX parked right now on 58.50. See if we can catch a dip buy here. $10:31 in the morning. Let's make some money. Trade SPY options. SPX trading the 30-minute trigger. Yeah, it's right there. It's actually higher. It's like right there. I'm not buying this just yet. Sorry, I'm reading this right now. I'm in the Discord really quick. Sorry, I'm not talking. Sorry about that. I'm in the Discord chat with people. There's shit posting going on being had in the Discord. I always like a good shit post. I didn't think so. I've heard that. I've heard that said in our Discord, and I'm like, I don't think that's the case. Yeah, I like the shit posting. Get my long-winded conversation out of the way. Come into the market right at the right time to buy a dip. Blah, 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 blah. He does this every morning until he buys a dip. Oh, they're already buying the fucking dip? God damn. They're buying the dip right now. You guys see that shit? And savages. Someone's buying the fucking dip. I think it's too early. But someone's out there doing it. They're already buying the fucking dip right now. Fuck you guys, like, just have some patience. They're loading the fuck out of this right now. Yeah. I wouldn't lie to you. I wouldn't lie to you. That wasn't me. I did line up some calls. I haven't bought them though. It's too early. It's like this is what? It's 10:30 in the morning. It's too fucking early to be buying a dip at 10:30 in the morning. I haven't even had my fourth cup of coffee yet. Oh shit. Oh, I'm looking at calls right now. They look good. Those 84s look kind of sexy, don't they? Those 84s at 30 cents look juicy. You guys are already fucking buying it. I can see you're already buying it. You want to see them that they're buying the dip right now? Hold on. Fucking savages. I'm telling you, they're fucking savages. Look. Who the fuck is that right there? Who's doing that? Who the hell is doing that? It's not me. I'm not lying. I'm not shit post. Wait a minute. See that right there? That green put buying, and they're buying puts same time. Ugh. Uh oh. Stream is I'm like, I don't know what the fuck is going on with my computer here. I got my case off right now too. I got like I don't know what's going on with my computer right now. I got some weirdness going on. I'm just looking. So, like, see down here, let me show you guys what I want. I just want a little bit more. I want a little more right here. Just a little tiny bit more that hourly trigger to come up. I want just a little bit more, like right there. Swoof. Swoofa. Swoofa. Like that. I could get left behind here. You guys are nasty. It's pretty bad, right? It was pretty nasty. We were all already thrown up in our mouths over the dip. Yeah, I see the turn. I'm hoping that it just drags a little bit. Just give me a little drag. I might get left behind here. We're almost at 11 o'clock. Yeah, I'd like to see I'd like to see a little more, rejection. I might get left behind here. I'll be honest with you. I was looking at the 584s. Just jump in. Yeah. I don't. I want to jump in. We're almost ready. I fucking hate what is that thing? What is that thing? What I don't understand what that is. Group. Okay, that's a group. I still don't understand what that is. Oopsie. Oopsie. I didn't want to do that. Oopsie daisy. I messed that up. I just lost Discord again. Bring that Discord back. Yeah, they're buying the fucking dip. Goddamn exuberant bulls. They can't pass up a fucking dip, can they? It's like buy. Buy it all. It's turning right now. When I dip, you dip. God. They don't give a fuck. They're buying it. They're buying all of it. They just don't give a fuck. Wait a minute. Wrong one. Where am I supposed to be here? Jesus Christ, they're buying like crazy right now. Like Captain Insano buying right now. I kid you not, they're buying like just like slamming the call buying right now. Yeah, it might be it. This might be it. They're ramping the call buying right now. Like huge calls coming in here. You can see it on the 30-minute bar and SPX too, the 1 hour bar and SPX. They're loading up. Yeah, I haven't bought yet. I'll tell you. I'll either tell you on public or I'll tell you in Discord if I've bought. I have not bought. I was looking at I just deleted a bunch of shit. I was looking at I'll tell you the reason why I haven't bought if you want to know. I was looking at the 80s. It's two strikes I was looking at. I was looking at the 84s they were like 29 cents when I last looked. Right now they're 28, but they were like 32 for a second. But in reality, I was looking at the 580s and I'm like, man, those are expensive. I'm like, a 580C right now costs $2.66 for today. That seems a little pricey. It seems a little pricey to me. So I'm like, yeah, we can take that down a little bit more and burn those bad boys up a bit. That's the first thing I was thinking. I was like, I want the 80s for like 60 cents, 70 cents, something cheap. It seemed pretty pricey. And nice round number down here, 580, you know. Nice clean, like tap that 80. But we are on support. This is support right here, so I'll probably get left behind. Fair chance of it. So we passed the 10:30, now coming into 11 a.m. And I want you to know out there that they're buying calls. Like they're just like bulls are hand over fist buying right now. They are buying like there's no tomorrow. What do we got here? God damn, like Does Boeing do Jesus. I'm looking at some more Boeing news coming out. After gorging on, I was looking up stock buybacks because they offered a shelf this morning. And, after gorging on stock buybacks for years, Boeing announces mass layoffs. Boeing, which is currently facing a machinist strike, spent an estimated $68 billion in executive enriching share repurchases and dividends between 2010 and 2019. Ugh. And then, of course, Boeing this morning filed a shelf as a precursor to a possible equity increase. The funding can be made up of debt or equity and take a number of forms. Bloomberg saying the added firepower will help Boeing improve its bargaining positioning. So big fuck you. With striking workers who have halted production at the key Seattle area facilities for a good month. The company is also working through quality issues on its top-selling 737 MAX jets under the supervision of regulators who have capped production. Bloomberg reported this month that Boeing was considering a capital increase of at least $10 billion. Should Boeing proceed, a sale of that magnitude would stand to be the biggest by a public company since Saudi Aramco's $12.3 billion sale in June. Gross. Reminds me of DTE. What is going on here? Why am I logged out of this? Oh, fucking. Oh, I want to swear right now. Pain in my ass. Oh, are you coming back down here or no? Are you coming down where I can get them cheap? You guys done buying calls out there? You want to come back down and say hi? Let's look at BA really quick. Cranking right now, by the way. BA blasting off. Trading 151.06 on that news. Let's go to a daily. Let's look at Boeing. Oh, God, what a shit show Boeing is. Man, I'll tell you what. Boeing does look good here. Well, good-ish. Looks like it's begging for a bloodbath. Like a capitulation. There's been no capitulation here. There's capitulation up here, but no capitulation down below. I got to bring up volume. I hate doing volume here, but they haven't fucking sold. BA is an odd duck. Not going to lie, it's very odd. It says it still has more down to go. Actually, quarterly velocity looks like shit on. Wonder if BA is going to file for some protection of some kind. There's some real danger. Well, maybe not protection, but man, BA could get BA's trading $151.49. I would be very wary of BA. Like on a higher time frame. I mean, it's a good trader. It's a good stock to trade. I can't say it's not a good stock to trade right here. Like there's no like volume selling on BA. But on a quarterly basis, it's saying that more bad is coming to it. Like a repricing event down to like $100, maybe lower. The quarterly looks really bad on BA. Its hourly looks, or its half hour velocity looks great for a squeeze. Like it doesn't look bearish at all right now. It looks damn bullish. It looks really bullish right now on like an intraday basis. I mean, it's sitting right on 152. I wouldn't be surprised to see it move higher. But as a company, it looks really bad. Does anybody out there think that Boeing can go to 50 or 60 bucks, 80 bucks? I think it can. I don't know what that event's going to be, but its quarterly velocity look on a daily time frame not looking good. You'd buy it for 98 bucks? Yeah. I mean, it looks good here. If I wasn't looking at the daily velocity, if I wasn't looking at the quarterly velocity on it, I would say it's done going down. Like this is a great place to buy it at 150 bucks. There's a trap in there. There's been no capitulation. None. I can't see any capitulation on the stock. Like, I can't see it. I don't see any volume selling. I see volume selling up here at like 250, 230, but I don't see any of this shit. Like, see that right there, that capitulation? See all that capitulation right there? I don't see any of that capitulation over here. None of it. They're buying it like a regular dip, like dip by the dip by the dip by the dip. That all makes sense too. It makes sense to be buying the dip here without a doubt. You're on your yearly place to buy it. I mean, it makes sense to buy Boeing here. The only thing that's really super sketchy here is like extremely sketchy. December of 2002. But that was still the like big squeeze up, but then it made other legs lower. It didn't get below the yearly trigger though. There's like something here saying it's saying two things. It's saying like I'll say this. It's not completely bearish. There have been a lot of instances where it has not gone negative on quarterly velo, and it has recovered. But it has already gone negative on quarterly velo. So the implication here would be that you're going to get a trade something like you're going to get like a big monster move, but then something like that, like a repricing event. I can get on board that trade here. 1, 2, 3. I mean, this says this is 3 right here. 7-Eleven would be way, way down here. Something's wrong here. I don't know what's wrong here, but I'm doing something wrong here. I'll look at BA more closely. I think it goes down to $100 too, or I don't know if you think it goes down to $100, Wink, but there's something in there. There's like something going on with BA. There's something wrong with BA. Yeah, it's a disaster. Yeah. So Spoo's just kind of parked here. 584s are now trading 26 cents. So even if we don't get a downside move, looks like they're still just destroying the options chain before they run it up. I still haven't bought calls yet. If you want to know. Yeah, it's got to be. It's a disaster, right? And the quality is dog shit. I was talking to Joe Donut recently, and we were discussing like manufacturing and bringing manufacturing back to the U.S. and quality of manufacturing, passing down like craftsmanship, craftswomanship. Why I don't doesn't be manship, but hell, if anything, we had more women building fucking planes when we needed fucking planes built. Also of note here, BOFA's FMS survey and tail risks. 33% of professional fund managers see a geopolitical conflict as the biggest tail risk in October, up from 19% a month ago. I don't know if that got asked before the news yesterday. According to Bloomberg, Biden administration officials have discussed capping sales of advanced AI chips from NVDA and other American companies on a country-specific basis. I would that NVIDIA news, I think that news grows over time. I think that could be the end of the AI bubble. I don't think it's today, but I think when you see the AI bubble pop, it's likely going to be centered around something like this. According to Bloomberg, Biden administration have discussed capping sales of advanced AI chips from NVIDIA and other American companies on a country-specific basis. Just imagine how much chips would go for in the black market. It would be insane. The approach would set a ceiling on export licenses for certain countries in the interest of national security. Remember when I brought this up when the last NVIDIA presentation? I think it was like Lisa Su just kept saying it. We're gonna sell chips to other countries. She kept harping on it, and I'm like, yeah, that ain't gonna happen. The approach would set a ceiling on export licenses for certain countries in the interest of national security, according to the people who described the private discussions on condition of anonymity. Officials are focused on Persian Gulf countries that have a growing appetite for AI data centers and the deep pockets to fund them, people said. First thing that popped into my mind reading that was golf. You just buy them. You just buy the scientists. If I was Saudi, that's what I would do. I'd just start offering stupid money. We become slaves to the almighty dollar. We need some kind of like nationalism in the U.S. Not like the Nazi kind, but like we need like some kind of like feel good about our country. We really do. Your internal barometer. Goldman Sachs conference call seeing significant pent up demand from clients. Investment banking backlog rose quarter on quarter, driven by advisory. Alternatives fundraising remains strong, raised over $50 billion year to date. Now expect 2024 fundraising to exceed $60 billion. U.S. economy continues to be resilient. Inflation has been coming down. Let me ask you guys a question about that inflation thing. I don't do a lot of shopping at grocery stores. I went grocery shopping on Sunday. It got really cold here, so I'm in the middle of like packing. I'm in the middle of packing right now, and I'm in the middle of It was like Sunday. It was Sunday. I was trying to make some dinner, and I went to get some. It was getting cold, and I'm like closing up things and stuff like that because it's getting colder in the fall and winter. I went to the grocery store. I was shocked at how much I had spent at the grocery store on Sunday. I bought dinner, and I think I bought a couple extra. I bought a bag of like yellow Yukon potatoes. I didn't need them, but the dinner was like a whole chicken that was organic and free range and all that shit. And I bought some dessert and some other stuff. And then I bought some breakfast stuff for the week. $140. I thought that was expensive as fuck. Any of you guys seeing grocery prices spiking right now, or no? It's just me. They're hit and miss. Okay. I thought they were hit. Oh, I haven't had any misses yet. This was the first time I have. This wasn't my regular grocery store either. This grocery store is known to have high prices. I was a little shocked. I was a little sticker shocked when I walked out. I was like, that's a lot of fucking money. I was like, that's like, I was trying to think about out my head with leftovers. I'm like, I might get 2.5 dinners out of this meal, out of this food, and maybe like a breakfast and a half for 4 people. I thought that was still a little steep for cooking at home. Yeah, I'm with you, stretching walls. We need some unity. The U.S. really needs it to not sell out to the almighty dollar. Your family of 5 averaged 800 a month in groceries in 2021. You're closer to 1,200 right now. I'm asking you guys I'm not necessarily looking for like deflationary or um like I don't mind that if grocery stores go like this, but I felt like this last trip they went like this a little bit. There's a little bit of a spike in there. Um I bought no, I didn't even buy a gallon. I bought a so I was getting orange juice. I don't normally get orange juice, but my oldest likes it. So we've been drinking it more in the home, right? Are we here? Is it time to go up now? I think it might be time to go up here. So I was at the grocery store, right? First thing I looked at was orange juice prices, and I was like, whoo. I was like, these are expensive. And then I looked at a gallon of I don't know if it's pasteurized or unpasteurized, basically this was from concentrate orange juice, the kind that's like frozen and they reconstitute it. When I was a kid, my father would get gallons of that stuff and it was like $1. It's not the good orange juice, it's the not good orange juice. And it was $7 or $8 for the gallon. And then I looked at a bottle that was like the good stuff, the not from concentrate orange juice. It was a big bottle, not the regular one. That's the gallon was 8. The one that you think is a gallon, but it's not, and it's not from concentrate. That was $7 a bottle. I was like, that's a lot of fucking money for orange juice. It was like $8 for a gallon of frozen OJ. That's a lot of money. Yeah, I'm the same way, Winky. I'm the same way as you. I had to make that. So I used to run the concentration camp with food. I'll be honest, not like concentration camp, but we spent a lot of years raising young children, and they're just not cheap. Like there's landmines over the decades with kids, or the first decade there's a bunch of landmines, and kids are very expensive to raise. So we pinched pennies. We made we had sit down meals and stuff like that. We're shifting out of that now where we're not running the concentration camp anymore. We're paying the extra for good food and stuff. Not that we didn't have good food before, just like when kids are young and stuff, money burns fast. And you like when my kids were young, we had a lot of I was always scared. I was always like, does my car break down? Do I not make this? Do I not pay that? Like I felt like I was always like robbing Peter to pay Paul. I was working my ass off. Like our childcare was through the roof. Like our childcare was stupid. Thousands every week, like thousands. Like it was thousands of dollars. That's just childcare. That wasn't the gas to get there. That wasn't like all the other stupid shit. Like kids are expensive. Healthcare, super expensive. Like, so we lived, and then of course I'm accumulating debt, raising kids, and had to pay all that off, and it wasn't fun. Like that part of raising kids is not fucking fun. Don't let anyone ever tell you it is not. It's like that's why I call them my Ferraris. Like, when you have children, you don't. Some of you have Ferraris, but most people don't, right? Like literal Ferraris. That's how much they cost. You're paying for a fucking Lamborghini or a goddamn Ferrari. Yeah, exactly, John. I got something for you, John. So I watched this one guy on a short yesterday, and he just said that exact same thing. And then he was like, not only that, but they fucking like they got one of the sweetest. They got one of this like that generation was able to buy like Apple, Amazon, Netflix at like $8, $10. In like 2008. you got to buy everything at dirt cheap prices. And then the greatest theft in history. This guy. So John, I watched this guy last night. He did a short. And he was just discussing how like the greatest generation and everything that's in there right there. And he said the last part of it was the greatest theft of the transfer of generational wealth was COVID. His point was that rather than that wealth being stripped out of boomers, like if they hadn't dumped money in the market during COVID, that boomers would have lost everything. That wealth would have been stripped. Instead, this guy went through who actually got money during COVID, and it was boomers. Like the majority of COVID money went to old people who like own businesses and stuff. And it's like saved that generational wealth for them. And then he was throwing out some figures about how, I tell you guys about Mary the Landscaper. It's like some of that stuff's now coming out. Like what happened to the money from COVID. And they say like 70 or 80% of it is still in the economy. It was never fucking spent. They didn't go and buy Rolls Royces and Bentleys. Remember the memes that were going around saying everybody was spending money on Bentleys and not Vegas? It's like, yeah, there's some anecdotal evidence of that. But like 70 to 80% of that money stayed in the stock market. So his point was that boomers were supposed to be washed out from COVID. And basically COVID money flowed into their hands and saved their generational wealth yet again. Yeah, I feel the same way, Winky. I feel the same way about food, brother. I feel the same way, my man. Absolutely, 100%. When we were trying to save money, we ate a lot of food. We always had like leftovers and stuff. We always had this like feeling of panic. I don't know if it was like a feeling of panic. But I think it showed itself. Like we were always like we had to cook for all of our kids' friends and our friends, and we were always having parties and barbecues and big family get-togethers, and but it wasn't always like the best of the best. Now we buy like really quality food, and we don't go through nearly as much food as we used to. So this guy was talking about this. This guy was talking about this theft of generational wealth transfer, and that I've never thought of that aspect to it. Joe Donut was on the show and recently and talked about how boomers are selling out to private equity and banks and not passing along businesses to their children or grandchildren, either one. But I never thought about that other aspect to it where Mary the Landscaper was also probably a boomer. We talked about Mary the Landscaper and Bob on Main Street back during COVID and how they were some of them were like renovating their houses. Some of them were buying Bentleys and shit, but a whole bunch of them were not. A whole bunch of them were saving that money. And the data right now suggests that that money was never spent. The money was kept. I don't know. I'm not really doing like I do the whole whole paycheck once a month. I do Trader Joe's once a month, but I don't shop there exclusively. I don't have I don't have the money fucking shop there. But our like weekly shopping I do at this one grocery store that's got like, it's not the dregs and it's not Whole Foods or Trader Joe's. It's got good food, and it's got like reasonable prices. That's our regular place that we shop. Um, but I still try to buy nice shit. So like I don't like chicken to like his prime example. So I like chicken, and all the chicken that I find today has a woodiness to it. You can if you look at the breasts, they make them really big, and you can see the striations of torn muscle from being grown too large to satiate the appetite for chicken. And when I buy chicken now, it's not even easy anymore to find chicken breasts. So I have a hard time finding even today chicken breasts that are organic, free range, and small enough that don't have that woody flavor. Well, here we go. You guys ready? We're almost there, boys and girls. Trying to turn this bad boy up now. Now I have a hard time even finding that chicken, like even with the expensive shit. So I've switched now to buying whole chickens, because they don't that are organic free range, and they're expensive. A whole organic chicken cost me the other night $22. It was like a broaster. It wasn't quite a it wasn't like a, I don't know if it's a broaster. It wasn't a fryer, but it wasn't huge. But it cost me $22. That's double what like a Purdue chicken should cost, right? Purdue chicken should probably cost like, I don't know, $8, $9, $10, I would think. And I paid $22 for a whole chicken. Why? Because I just wanted, if you ever buy like a whole chicken, what they give you the breast, if they give you like a boneless, skinless chicken breast today, they're huge, right? They're big, giant fucking things. If you were to ever see that on a chicken, a whole chicken, it would look absurd. Yeah, the organic free range is a scam. The color of the meat matters most to me. I'm looking for that like that off, slightly purplish, whitish meat. Not so much that like dark or that orange look to a chicken meat. I used to raise chickens. I have to say two things here. I used to raise chickens, and I used to buy chickens from a local farm. I don't have any access to it right now. To that, I do at Eastern Market. I can get them there during the summer market, but I'm always busy. I only get to the Eastern Market like once a month. So now the only way for me to get chicken is I get a whole organic free range chicken, and usually because it's that chicken, the breasts are automatically smaller, and I don't get that woody flavor in the chicken breasts. Okay. You guys didn't know that? I love wine from Trader Joe's. I love their Cremant, and their Blanc de Blancs is amazing. For the price, it's gangster. Like their cheap wine, their Cremant, they have Cremant, I think, and Blanc de Blanc. I buy it by the case. It's fucking awesome. You want to talk about kick-ass drinking wine? That's the stuff. Um, at any rate, what are we doing here? We're gonna start lifting off or what? We're gonna blast down quickly. Get me some blast down so we can lift off. Give me something. Do something. Um, I don't know what the churn wine is. Yeah, I bought a cow once. So my family owns a ranch, not a hobby ranch. They own a very large ranch in the United States. They have like 7,000 acres, and then they lease more land. Um, Up in Montana, they raise cattle, sometimes other animals, depending upon what's going on. But recently, of recent, it's been cattle ranch, free range, legit. Like they like my family literally takes cattle and they range them. They carry shotguns and a wagon train, and they ride horses. This is in the middle of nowhere. There's no roads. There's no like. If you know anything about real cattle ranching, people still use horses to this day. Uh, you might find that shocking. You'll like see a guy in a side by side or a 4x4. Those aren't real ranchers. Those are hobby ranchers. You ever see like a guy in like that kind of stuff? That's fake. Like real ranching, there's no roads. It's like down trees. There's no development, and cattle will hide uh, where you're trying to round them up. So you ride real horses because horses can navigate any terrain. Remember when they were doing the mule packs in North Carolina? People were saying, "Oh, we look, there's still a use for mules," and I'm like, "Oh no, no, no! There's real cowboys still out there to this day that raise cattle when they free range cattle." So my family ranges cattle. Uh, and have I ever broken down a cow? Yes. Would never do it again. I've done it one, or by hand. I've done it once. I'll never ever do it intentionally ever again. It's too much work. Uh, Pain in the ass. Oh, churn is the Chardonnay. Okay, I do buy the Chardonnay. I usually get like a case of the Chardonnay, a case of the red. But that's for cook. I'll use it for cooking. I don't drink that stuff. But like Blanc de Blanc, Cremant, any of that kind of like the bubbles, the white champagne stuff, I'll drink all that shit. 100%. If you're in a real ranch, you ride horses. And the reason is because, so like my family, they bought, when they came out with 4x4s in the 1970s and shit, they became like popular. They've outfitted the entire ranch with them. And within like a year or two, the cattle realized that they could hide in stands of down trees. And so the fucking cows are smart, man. Cows are not dumb. And they knew that they could beat so that was like a waste. Like inside of like that was like a big problem. It cost all this money to buy all these four-wheelers, and then the cows were like, fuck you. It's like legend. So if you go to where my family lives, right, you'll actually see real horsemen, like real cowboys. They work from a horse. It's baller. Like when you see real cowboys, like not the ones that just dress up or just do rodeo, but like a working cowboy, it's epic. Every time I drive to a family reunion, I'll see like you start seeing the cowboys, um, and when you start seeing like real ones, it's just like it's such an epic thing to see. Like an actual working cowboy. It's epic. Like they're different people. Yeah, cattle start riding the four wheelers. It's like a Gary Larson comic. There is a Gary Larson comic in there somewhere, isn't there? All right, it's time to go up now. A series of higher lows. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bears want turnaround Tuesday to the downside. Bears still looking to trap in these bulls. Bulls making some progress here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I love Albarino. So I like, if you guys are talking wine right now, I can't afford French wines, so I love Spanish reds. Some of them are expensive, but some of them are pretty cheap. If you can get an allocation, you can get really good red wine from Spain. I love Austrian whites, and I love all the cheap whites from Europe. All the after World War II happened, right, and a bunch of orchards were destroyed in the war. And after World War II, any of the countries that got beat planted cheaper grapes. They did the same thing in World War I, but World War II, it stuck, of course. So you get like all these cheap grapes in all these countries like Germany, Italy, Spain, and they made cheap wine. And some of that wine is gangster. So I love Gewurzes. I love I like anything from Italy, Spain, Germany. All their whites, all their reds. Love them. If you don't know much about wine, if you've ever wanted to know more about wine, find yourself like a local wine store with like a restaurant or a shop with like wine events, and like if you get out of drinking American wine, and you can go to like these events. They'll have a calendar of events every month. You show up to those events and meet the owner, and you meet dealers and brokers and onophiles, and you'll meet like winemakers, and you can get on special lists where like they might only make like 200-300 cases a year. The shop owner might like fly over and hang out with these winemakers, and winemakers will then come to the U.S. and you can get on some sick lists and get like allocated wine for cheap. Like, you got to buy a case or two of it or whatever, but you can, like, if you think American wine is awesome, like a lot of European wine that you find in the grocery store, well, this is an oxymoron. A lot of the wine that you find in like your local wine store or grocery store is either like the name brand everybody knows, or it's rot gut. So like if you want like your famous wine, you can always get it in those stores. They usually get the allocations of that stuff. But if you're ever looking for like esoteric, hard to find, badass, rumored shit, go to your local wine shop. And the crazy part is that stuff's not really that expensive. A lot of that wine's like $300 or less. Some of that shit is like $20 a bottle, $30 a bottle. And it is some of the most gang wine you'll ever have. You guys are talking wine. I'll talk wine with you if you want. See, some of you guys in the Discord know. Some of you guys in the Discord know. Some of you guys in the Discord. So you guys understand a lot of this. IWM still humping right now to the upside. I want to see this VIX get rejected down here. Haven't seen that yet. Dixie bullish right now. HYG looking good. TNX about to blast down in the depths of hell. See this VIX 9-day right here? I'm looking for something like that. Something like that right there. And you got this little thing right here, too. A little thing right there. Still a series of new highs. A low, higher low, higher low. It's improving. Just no buy for me just yet here. I think there's a trap in here for bulls. High-end traders like that high-end wine. I shouldn't call it high-end either. It's like it's like Dom Perignon, right? You're gonna find a ton of it, whatever you want, when you go to like Total Wine. You go to Total Wine, they have every fucking brand. They have like all the name brand shit that you get at a good steakhouse. I can't shit on that stuff. There's, for me, my problem with that wine is that they'll never admit to it, but I think that they do sugar spike their wine. I think that they blend it to get consistency. They've been caught here and there doing that shit over the years. Like, there's only so many bottles of Belle Gloss out there. All these MILFs out there pounding Belle Gloss all day long. I'm like, there's no fucking way. Like, there's just no fucking way. That shit's Franzia. Like, there's no way. I love a great Burgundy. But I can't afford it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna. This is the truth. I've drank $30,000 bottles of wine. Not the whole bottle, but I've been given a glass of $30,000 bottles, $50,000 bottles, many $15,000 and $5,000 bottles of wine, many. And I still did. I was like, what am I doing here? It wasn't my money. I didn't pay for it. But I can't afford to drink Burgundy. I can't afford to spend $300 to $700 for a decent bottle. I will if I'm out with like, if I'm like have to look good or something, I'll do it. But I don't like seek it out. Yeah, that's why it's good to meet. That's why it's good to go to those. Like I'm telling you, find a local wine shop, right? If you find a good local wine shop, you will meet very wealthy people, and I mean like stupid wealthy. And if they like you, like as a person, they don't give a fuck what money means. like, like you'll be drinking. You'll be like, "What am I doing here?" You'll be like, "I shouldn't be drinking this shit right now." I like Bordeaux too. I like Burgundy the best. Of course, it's Burgundy. Fucking Burgundy and Champers. Like fucking. Yeah, if I was ever like that rich, and that's another thing that I've done is I don't drink a lot of red anymore. It has to be very light, like Spanish reds, or like a gorgeous, pretty, sexy Burgundy. Not that American like full frontal, uh, palate raping. Like mostly, I love white wine. These days, mostly white wine, bubbles, or my favorite wine is rosé. I don't. And my belief is that no rosé should like no rose like every rosé should be drank the year it was released. Don't ever drink your rosé that's like a year or two old. It loses all of its luster and beauty. That's hard to find too. Like you go to a grocery store, go to any grocery store and look up rosé. It's like 2-3 years release. No, like rosé needs to be drank the summer it was released. No rosé left behind. Any rosé that you find out there that's like 2-3 years old, garbage. It's been passed over. Just don't drink it. These are all good things I'm telling you right now. You'll be a wine snob before you know it. And you'll piss off all the American wine drinkers too while you're doing it. Just say esoteric a bunch to people. Come on down, baby. Come on down. Come on down. Come on down. Come on down. You know you wanna. Yeah, with Coke. Come on down there, dirty. Come on down. You can do it. Just a little bit more. Oh, fuck. I'm going to sit here all day long. Oh. You got a friend with a large collection? That's nice. That's another good thing, too, is to find someone getting rid of a collection. That's another good thing about meeting those people. They'll be trying to dump their or like they'll be like, "I gotta get rid of some wine." I've drank some really good dessert wines that way. I've drank some like really nice, like, "Oops, this Sauternes is now way too old." Like, oh, I guess we're drinking it, huh? Come on, just give me the discount. Come on, just a little bit more. I'll tell you one thing, if you're a bear out there, if we rip down here, you're going to hear a whole bunch of bulls out there just like cry out in the middle of the stock market. Whole bunch of bulls. We should get the V on this too. Oh, yeah. Bleed them. Shank them just a little bit more. I haven't looked at Tesla today. Someone said, "What the F is wrong with Tesla?" Tesla. What's going on with Tesla? Oh, God. Tesla, dude. Woo. 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 Tesla, come on. Tesla needs some I was rethinking Tesla yesterday. That's all you're going to give me for fucking blood? Are you kidding me? I was rethinking Tesla yesterday. What about let me ask you guys a question. I don't know I can't decide what I think about this with Tesla. If you're like Tesla gang, I don't want to hear from you. We'll be honest. If you can't be objective in being a Tesla bull, I really don't want your opinion. But I do want your opinion if you don't mind being honest with me. Like truthfully honest here. I can't get over I guess Elon was it March or June? Was it June or March this year? I can't remember. Like June or March, Elon was talking about being in negotiations to license out FSD. I'm trying to so I'm pretty bared up on Tesla right now. And so whenever I get like too bared up or too bulled up on something, I try to fight my own argument and see the other side of my argument. And I'm so like Elon's saying 26, 27, cyber taxi, robo taxi. I guess changed the names of it now too. It's no longer the Robovan or something, whatever the fuck it was. He was trying to make it sound like Target. But I'm trying to counter my own argument. And I know he said something about being in the middle of trying to put a deal together with another car company to license out FSD. And that it could be about a 2-year process. And I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I could see two sides to that argument. Like, if you're licensing out, and Ross Gerber talks about this to some extent, or adjacent, Tesla makes its money on its cars, right? And to price in growth, it needs to be as big as the cars. Like, and I'm with that. I'm like, your robot's not going to do that right now. We can't price that shit in. I'm sorry. You can argue all day long. Your taxis could be priced in if they captured whole market. But that taxi doesn't capture whole market, and you can't argue with me that it does right now. And I'm not going to go into it why, but there are some challenges with getting FSD approved, or not just FSD, but FSD allowed in every city around the U.S. And I can see the idea behind licensing FSD to Ford would make the acceptance easier, or having charging or infrastructure built if Ford was on board, because people can wrap their heads around Ford, right? Let's be honest. And if that deal is 2 years out, even if the deal wouldn't be, even if it wouldn't roll out for 2 years, if that announcement came, if there was an announcement, let's say at any point from now in the next year, hey, the deal is done, you could theoretically see a pricing in of that where we moon, or Tesla moons on that news. But I don't know if that washes itself or not. Is it diluting the brand? Is it something where if I was going to buy a Tesla, now I'm a loyal Ford buyer, so I'm just going to stick with Ford? There can be an argument made that analysts wouldn't understand that. I mean, I get it. You're going to make the profit off the FSD without having to build a car, and not have to manufacture that car. Apple did that with services, and analysts hated it. Took analysts like 2 or 3 quarters to price in the monster returns of services. And I don't know if that translates well for Tesla either when that announcement comes. Or are you diluting the brand? Brand loyalty is important to a company. Even if you don't have to build the car to get the profit. And another fascinating thing here too is like the robo taxis claiming is $30,000. They're not going to be 30 grand in 3 years, 2 years, 3 years. Even if he beat and met all expectations, that robotaxi is likely going to be 40 or 50,000. And here's the other shocker: FSD costs $8 grand. You're telling me that car costs, $22,000 and the FSD is $8,000 on top of it for a full price tag of $30,000. None of that shit's making sense to me. A lot of this stuff doesn't make any sense to me. I'm trying to find a way to. Yeah, they're already ahead of us too. Like, like Waymo's already ahead. It's not just Waymo either. There's like 3 or 4 other companies doing it right now. I'm trying to like find the light at the end of the tunnel here. I'm trying to like counter argue myself. That was a new low on SPY. I wouldn't be buying calls here personally. I'll be honest with you. Maybe. That was a new low on SPY. Just a heads up. You had that low. That was a new low right there. Not me. Personally, I wouldn't be buying that just yet. Yeah, I'm trying to find a light at the end of the tunnel here for Tesla. I'm trying to be like, maybe you get the squeeze off a Ford deal, but that's not permanent either, right? It could be initially perceived as negative, or maybe you get the spike off the deal, then it comes back down, and then it takes 2 or 3 reports for pricing in that money flow, like services was for Apple. How do you time that trade? I don't know. I'm not anti the price of Tesla going up. You figure, when did this happen? This happened on Friday. So as soon as we burn this week's calls, you figure this event took place last week, right? Probably for calls expiring this week. So as soon as those calls are dead, they'll let it swing high again. Maybe Thursday, Friday. But I'm talking more about like this move right here. Like I don't care about that move. I care about, does this happen or does that happen? And I'm trying to like figure out what actually takes place. Goddamn Tesla. Let's hang up. Ah. I want new cars. I want like SUV. I want like a Subaru wagon. I wanted all that shit. I wanted a full range of cars. Like at this point with Tesla, when I was reading Ross Gerber, I haven't been listening to Ross Gerber a lot because he is pretty negative. But I did read some of his stuff this week, and I'm like, I'm in the same boat as this guy. And like some of the I read some Dan Ives stuff. Like it does sound great. It's just it's like car of the future stuff. It's like it's not something you can price in. And I think Ives even said it. I think Ives let it slip. He's like, you can't price this into the midterm right now. I think it was Ives. Either Ives or Gerber or someone else. They were like, it's not something you can price in today. And what they mean is you can't price it in for the next 5 years. Maybe in a year or 2, 3, you could. Today would not be the right time to price that in, and that's the real shame. Like you're like, if you're gonna price that stuff in, you have to know that it's gonna launch in the next 2 years, and it's gonna like grow over the next 3 to 5, 6 years. And you're going to expect that ramp over that time period. That's a tough call right now. Objectively speaking, not emotionally, but objectively speaking, it's hard to price that stuff in right now. I can see pricing in the partnership, but I don't know how that would be received. There can be an argument made that you're diluting the brand with the partnership with Ford. And there is some of that with Tesla too. Like Tesla, I realize that like the Cybertruck is, you guys know some of this stuff, right? Like, the like model, like, it's like it spells sexy, right? You guys know like all the models spell sexy and shit, and like, he's got like an anagram, not an anagram, but like an acronym going on. So fucking stupid. And then like you got like the vaporware, like a cyberpunk aesthetic moving away from the cars. But Elon originally stated that he wanted cars to be like Ford, and that's how the company would survive, right? Affordable cars, cheap, and eventually get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper for like the everyday person. That's how you survive as a company. It's how like Ford survives that way. And that's not the direction we're going in, right? Like at this point, I really like inside, like deep down inside, I really wanted to see like a truck that every man could use, and an SUV that every mom could use, or dad, stay at home mom. Not necessarily like a cool ass Cybertruck, but some kind of like off road utility vehicle that's a little bit more practical. I don't mind the cyber stuff. I mean, I don't mind it. I just don't want. I don't think it should be forefront for them as a company. It's like a lot of things there that bother me. FS. My wife's. What we have FSD. It works great. It works great on highways and stuff. It does not work great when we're driving local and stuff. It's still hands on. I don't know if they need a Steve. I think they need more of a. I think he needs a Tim Apple, not a Steve Jobs. They've got a Steve Jobs. That's Elon, I think, to some extent. They need like a. Well, I think they need like a. I think they need like a. I think he needs like a partner in crime, but like the partner in crime should be. Should be more stable, for lack of a better word. There's better words to describe it, but um, he needs help. Not help like psychological help or something. He needs like a professional, like a growth phase CEO for the company, I think. But I'm really afraid for Tesla. He's mentioned it too. He's already said. He said it. When did he say it? I think he said it in. When did he say this? Maybe a year ago. He said something about if we went into a recession, the dangers to Tesla. If we had a lost decade, Tesla would be fucked, in my view. If we had a lost decade, that company could be in trouble, and that's the last part of it too. Is like, time's burning, right? Like time is burning. Decades are passing by. Cyber taxi was promised a decade ago, right? It's like 1 decade, 2 decades, 3 decades, 4 decades. Before you know it, Elon is 80 years old. And you're just like, fuck, that none of that happened. Like secession plans should be started now, in my view. Like you probably need somebody there for 10 or 20 years to take over, at least in my view. The planning and plotting of that secession should be happening right now. So I don't know. Like, Yeah, I remember the bad years though for Tesla too. There's something else scary going on with the price of Tesla. I was looking at price divergences on Tesla and SPY. I haven't talked about this publicly yet. Um, I was looking at price divergences on SPY and this down move in Tesla, and it matches a period before explosive growth. But that period before explosive growth was fucking brutal. I was a Tesla investor then, and it was fucking brutal. It was like a 2 or 3 year period where things were really ugly. Matter of fact, there were people the year that it finally exploded up. There were people that made a bunch of money that they rolled into 1 year out and 2 year out. Not 2 year. I think it was 1 year out. Maybe 2 year. It's 1 or 2 year out leaps. A lot of the famous investors today were that you guys look up to were those guys that were buying those leaps, and they were worthless. Those leaps were. It was like Labor Day or something. Those leaps were just dying, and then Tesla went fucking vertical and made instant overnight bazillionaires, like 10 millionaires, 100 millionaires kind of stuff. Tesla's in one of those things right now, and or at least matches pretty closely to the price action. That's actually what instigated me this week to look for a reason why, let's say, Tesla had a meltdown or something, like one nasty capitulation. But then it resulted in, all-time fucking highs and straight vertical. Now they're still buying calls, still fucking buying them. They are relentlessly buying calls here. They just don't give a fuck. They just don't care. Fucking buyers are savage right now. Put buying falling off a cliff. Call buying starting to make a turn right now. Starting to see some higher lows on put buying. And they've burned 84s down to 18 cents now. So they have destroyed the 80s are still $2.30, but they have murdered the chain OTM at this point on zeros. Yeah, I'm with you, Wink. ASML, you guys are asking about ASML. You guys know that's not true. That's not exactly true. Just a note. I should have said something to you guys, but ASML. Woo, bye bye. Just a heads up. I think I did mention this to you. I think I did tell you this in a brief. As we came into earnings season, I did write in a brief to you that you would expect early releases. In Q4 is famous for companies to give early releases. Yeah, baby, look at that ASML. Yeah. Oh, I finally got my blood shank over there, huh? There we go. See that? ASML getting shanked. Woo. Someone's saying that there was an early earnings release in that chip maker falls 15% after earnings released earlier than expected. I want you to know something. It is common. Write this down at your home. Remember this next year. It is common for companies to leak earnings or negative releases in Q4. This is actually common. ASML trading 730.72. They could be fake. It says it appears that they leaked early. I also want you to know that companies or Wall Street analysts will try to pry out earnings information. Woo. NVDA, getting shanked early. NVDA expected down move today, but they're down on their trend right now, basically. Woof. NVDA getting, I would assume, all of, you guys want a sweet deal on AI earnings trade? SMH down 4.7%. Let me read some of this to you here. ASML said it expects net sales for 2025 to come in between 30 billion and 35 billion euros at the lower half of the range it had previously provided. Oh, shit. The company's CFO, Roger Dassin, also warned that China is expected to account for around 20% of the company's total revs for next year. And the U.S. is saying they're going to limit chip production to be sent to countries similar to China. The earnings slated to be released on Wednesday surprised markets and analysts when they were released a day early. Shares in semiconductor equipment maker ASML fell 15.6%. God damn. The move pulled other chip stocks lower, with NVIDIA, AMD, Broadcom all following at least 4% following the news. Fuck. ASML said it expects net sales for 2025 to come in between 30 billion and 35 billion, about half. Lower half of the range it had previously provided. Net bookings for September quarter came in at 2.6 billion euros. I should just say 2.83 billion. Well below the 5.6 billion LSEG consensus estimate. Quote, while there continues to be strong developments and upside potential in AI, other market segments are taking longer to recover. It now appears the recovery is more gradual than previously expected. Company CEO Christopher Fouquet said in the earnings release, dude, like, this isn't good. We haven't said, could this be, we haven't talked about that volatility. An AI bust in earnings season could be, oof, that could send the market lower. Oh, shit. Well, just think about this. Has anybody out there talked about like AI bust ER? That could be unseen volatility. That shit ain't priced in. I'll guarantee that. S&P holding up right now, but I don't know. There is a little bit more breadth in the market today. 15% downside move in ASML. Whoa, God damn. The whole move erased. Entire move. God, that's why I hate these fucking didn't I say this on stream yesterday? I said this on stream. I was like, stay in NVIDIA and then shift to tech. The damage won't be as severe. Down 16.79%. Woo-hoo-hoo! God. Oh. Oof. I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna tell you something right now that ain't it for SML. They're going down. They're going down. They're going much lower than that. They're gonna trade $500 guaranteed. Arms down. Winky's saying that arms down 7%. Why am I not read? All right, I don't. Oh shit! I turned off my news scroller. God damn it. 584s. Okay, another thing here too. Watch out here because just heads up here. Premium is bleeding out of SPY right now. Be very careful. Premium on the call option chain is getting shanked right now. Shanked. Oh, ASML. Oh. Ooh. Oh. God. Oof. Missed another bullet today buying a dip at the wrong place, eh? God. Look at that shanking. You know what else too is yesterday banks were net buyers of chips, but like last 2 weeks. Corpos, yeah, they were like big time buyers. I'm going to read something to you really quick. Rubner just came out and said, I did not have spooky 6K by Halloween 24 in my bingo card. I think that the S&P 500 is well north of 6K by the end of the year. Holy shit. I wrote that to you last night, didn't I? The equity market sell-off is canceled. The moment the fucking bears put in the towel, fucking they shank fucking AI. This is at 11:38 this morning. Oh, man, dude. Rubner can't get a rub. The equity market sell-off is canceled and a year-end rally is starting to resonate with clients shifting from hedging from the left tail to the right tail. Institutional investors are getting forced into the market right now, given FOMO, fear of materially underperforming benchmark equity indices, is high. Rubner goes on to say October mutual fund year-end is on Halloween, October 31st. Note, too, that your underperformers will be sold into that date for tax loss harvesting. $1.853 trillion worth of assets and 756 mutual funds report their year-end on 10/31. Sell pressure for 2024 laggards will ease for tax purposes, and buy pressure from year-to-date winners will ease for statement purposes, creating an anti-momentum potential rally led by cyclicals and GOP favorites. Oh, man. Somebody just screamed. Someone got fired on Wall Street just now with that fucking drop in equities. Or in at least AI equities. Oh, yeah. I'm telling, like, somebody just blew up like big money. Big. Yeah, there'll be some there's some pain out there on Wall Street right now. 100%. There ain't nobody going to lunch today. I wonder if you know what? That might all come back. You might see all that come back. I don't think they're positioned for this. I don't think they're positioned for that move. I don't think the market was positioned for that. I don't think the banks are positioned for that. I would be skeptical that doesn't come back in another 2 hours and then sells off again. Like, oh man. Fucking all that fucking vol, we couldn't get that move. All that doom news out there. Couldn't get that fucking sell off. Look at that shit. September 10th. Woof. Let's take a look really quick at Bookmap and see what's going on here. Is there anything down there that we're missing? See that stuff down there, but this looks like it's supportive. There's some more down here, but it's not like crazy. Not only that, but the market's held up pretty well. If they do buy that tech dip, I mean, you want a fucking deal on NVIDIA is not reported yet. Let's look at NVIDIA really quick. I mean, maybe not ASML, excuse me, but NVDA. Oh, dude, how much? I gotta check and see what are the boys on Wall Street Bets doing right now? Wall Street Bets has got to be imploding right now, 100%. I'm afraid to even look at the call chain. I gotta see what those guys are saying right now. They gotta be fucking imploding. There ain't no fucking way they aren't imploding. That's gonna blow some accounts up, right? That's gotta blow some accounts up. Feeling cute, might buy the chip dip. I want you to know something that's bullshit. Like that ASL, I'm telling you right now. I think I already put it in a market brief for you. This is very common Q4, like early drops, with pertinent information. What about Tesla? What did Tesla do? Oh fuck, Tesla dropped too. No, it didn't. It's fine. It held up. Tesla's holding up. Whew. Oh, that was a minute chart. Man, I want to. Hold on a second here. We just check something here. Yeah, they're still buying the fuck out of this. Yeah, it's getting bullish. Spy hour or spy half an hour velo is looking good. Spy holding up remarkably well right now. I'm actually impressed. This shows the market's not short, right? You can see that clear as day. Dude, ASML bulls got to be fucking pissed. NVDA parked on support. What time is it right now? 12:26. We're almost at that 1:15 hour. 1 o'clock, 1:30. We got another hour here. Oh, dude, ASML bulls, they got to be fucking pissed. I want to look at ASML again. I mean, I don't even think like I mean, let's look at ASML really quick. I mean, they're supposed to report on Wednesday. This is, hold on a second here. I would suspect. So like ASML is supposed to report on Wednesday. I would suspect that the ER trade was already over. I mean, that looks like it's over, doesn't it? I don't think a ton of ASML bulls got caught in this. I would suspect that these are all FOMOers in here. But, I mean, some bulls that trade ERs, they wouldn't have gotten out that early. There could have been a lot trapped in here. I mean, you can say it either way, but they got the new low, too. They got the new low. It can come back, but oh God, that does not look good. It's already being sold anyways. I think we've already given this one a sell rating before anyways. See that right there? That shit's been going on in the background for some time. I'm going to warn you of something if you're an ASML bull. See that right there? That shit's been going on since May, June. I think I warned you of this earlier in the year. I'm going to warn you of something again. To warn you one more time, okay? ASML, even if you don't know it, it will trade. I think I gave it that target, like 500, 350. It's on tap. 100% it's on tap. And they will trade it. I think ASML was the one that we talked about originally, was get out of ASML. And so the problem with ASML in particular is that there's a divergence. Listen closely here. There's a divergence on higher frames on ASML. So like price was diverging from monthly, quarterly, and yearly velocity. And whenever that happens like that, it's going to crash every time. It's going to enter a bear market every single time. Not every, or until conditions improve, it's going to enter a bear market. I would be I mean, you might get the squeeze off it because if people aren't ready for it, but God, I don't like ASML. God, that would suck. That would suck balls. Can you imagine being an ASML bull, like loaded fucking tits up on your trade too? You're like, yeah, I bought in at $1. It's trading 9 or 10. What's the worst that can happen between today and Wednesday? Zero. Fucking zero. Your next thing is at 1 o'clock. You get the vol control coming in at 1 p.m. Let me check vol control really quick. God. Let me see if vol control is going to step in for you or likely step in or not. Ooh, strike level volatility. I like that. At the money volatility. What about that? Let's look at that. Hey, just a note here. I just got to give you a warning out there. At the money volatility is spiking into the end of tomorrow. Just a warning to you that at the money volatility is cranking right now. On SPY. Hold on here, guys. I got to look at a couple things in the background. Vol control. Let's look at that next. Yeah, vol control's not here to help either. That's interesting. Vol control's kind of at its limit. And there's an expected spike in volatility into tomorrow on SPY. How about 2-day at the money vol? Let's look at this really quick. Where is vol? This is odd too. No, not vol control. Weird. There's like a hold on. SPY has like a spike in volatility coming into tomorrow. Ow, my fucking knees. I gotta get up for a minute here. LRCX got hammered too. Come on now. Show me that vol surface. Where's VIX 9-day at? Yeah, VIX 9-day getting sent down lower right now. VIX 9-day rejecting at the moment. SPY trying to work its way higher right now. It's currently above its hourly trigger. Looking for a successful back test here. If they can put one together. Second here. 12:37. See if the bulls can put some shit together for an hour or so. Here's your 12:30 time period right here. Where's 1 o'clock right here? What's up, Big Sky Trader? Someone else popped in the Discord earlier too, right? I saw someone else come in earlier. I didn't see his name. Who joined us in the stream earlier? Colonel something. I don't see him in here. Someone joined us in the stream earlier. Big Sky Trader joined us. What's up, Big Sky? We'll find out right now. We'll find out if the market's going to move higher or not. Trying to break out. The one thing I don't like is this was lower than these highs here. I don't like seeing that. Next half hour, I want to see that break above right there. Be careful here. Buyers here. Like buyers down here, buyers right there. $10.30. That's where those big sellers are. Or were. Yeah, they're coming down right now. I'll show you guys a couple things here. There's more sellers than buyers here. The first block of sellers was like right here. Oh, this is the gamma from that's that 50 or on here. That 50 58 58 5850 gamma bars up there. And you can see the sellers right here. Right here, right here. Right here. They got pushed up a little bit. And they're really like they really want some new lows. They want to trade this down here, this PT2. And this is kind of like the last hurrah for bulls. So watch out for this like bloodbath coming up here. We're pretty close to a bloodbath. I'll leave that up there. It's not a lot of room to run, right? Like 582.83, 583.5. Q's being bought right now. IWM trading 226. Maybe we get some rotation out of small caps. That's the upside target, by the way, on small caps. 220. 560. They're probably done right now. So maybe you got a rotation out of IWM. Yeah, this is all late bull run shit right here. You start seeing these major rotations. Dixie climbing, HYG climbing, TNX blooding a little bit. NVDA being rebought. Watch out for like a quick like dip and rip, something like that. Whoop, something like that's possible. Watch for a rotation out of small caps right now. Also note that the half an hour trigger is coming down on top. I want to show you guys something above here. Half hour to cross the hourly trigger. Probably won't be until 1:30, 2:30 in the afternoon, but just note that it's up there. See that red bar up there? There's some momentum coming down from the top side. Let's check 30-minute. Half hour says it's bullish. Just note that it's down there, or that's up there coming down. Still can't get that money vol. I've got like there's like at the money vol on SPY is spiking into tomorrow's close. I'm assuming that it has to do with that. I'm assuming it has to do with that report we got coming out later today. 15th. Go back up top. Monthly budget statement that I read to you earlier today. I gotta go pee really bad. I gotta get up to my knees are all fucked up. The biggest concern here is no break above. See this right here? That's why I'm concerned. This should have broken and tagged the new high. I'm getting pretty bearish here. See a high back there. Tick right there was a low tick, so they took us down. Made another attempt to get up. Failure. And that tells you we have new lows to be made. Price target 580. It's possible we turn around, but that's bad right there. Bad. That's bad. That failure is bullshit right there. We'll see. Keep watching it. We're almost at that. We're almost at that 1 o'clock time frame. Another note here too is that vol control is at an impasse. Not an impasse. I'll show you what vol control is doing. Show you guys a couple things here. It's not. It ain't pretty. You might get another inch or so, but you know that's not a lot right there. Vol control is not your friend right now. You'd really want to see kind of want to see, it poke its head up. Have a little bit more faith in it. Another weird thing here that's going on is SPY at the money volatility. Come on up. Come on, baby. Having some problems loading this right now. Hold on here. In a second, I'll bring it up. Daly was speaking earlier. I really don't like what Daly was saying. He said, if forecasts are met, I see one or more 2 rate cuts this year. Talk of gradual rate cuts means less than it appears. I am more comfortable that the Fed can wind down the balance sheet without market trouble. I disagree with that 100%. He's saying that he sees signs that the housing market is coming back into line or coming back to life. That's not true. That's fake. He's lying to you right now all day long today. Everything he said here is bullshit. God damn, Daily, man. Daily is like everything Daily is saying today is making me cringe here. I can't get this at the money vol shit to come up for me. I keep trying to get it up, but it's not popping for me. Came up earlier. It showed like a spike it showed a spike in volatility into tomorrow's close. We have something called the monthly budget statement today. It's not like a guaranteed time. Monthly budget statement. I'm assuming it's later in the day. I'm assuming it's like 3:30 in the afternoon. I think it's 2:30 or 3:30. What? Watch out for the drop. 1 minute left. VIX 9-day bullish again. Yeah, I just saw that guy's handle. I posted it on FinTwit to report the handle. If any of you guys can just click that handle, that link to a handle on FinTwit, and then slam report for what do you call it? For impersonation. Gamma Flip is way lower, brother. 57.75. We ain't getting anywhere near there. I don't think so. That's on SPX, not on SPOOS. I think that's like 570 right now or something like that. 5837. It's about 20 points away. Lower. All right, there's your 1 o'clock thing again. It looks like he's following me too. I know there's like a ton of. Maybe I should switch it all. I was gonna switch it. So we got like somebody coming on board to work our handles. I was gonna switch all the graphics and stuff too on my handle. I was gonna change like the stock market show over to the green, white, and black. We paid for all those graphics and colors and stuff. So I was thinking about switching it all over, but it takes so much time to design that stuff. I haven't had the time to do it. I was going to change all of our colors. Now, fucking bots are real, man. God, I was thinking. You know what I was thinking about earlier this week was I was talking to Scott the other day. I was talking to Volwiz, and I brought up to Volwiz. I was like, I don't know my phone in front of me. I was talking to Volwiz over the weekend, and I'm like, man, this. I'm like, I was talking to Volatility Wiz, and I'm like, I was talking about the memification of the stock market, and where we were discussing the memification of the stock market or price action, all the price action this past like month and a half or so, and we were talking about Trump. Like, this isn't politics now, because they just talked about Trump on this. Like, he would stop the sale. Build your plant in the U.S. and you won't have any tariffs. Like, I got to talk to you guys about something here. Like, I would stop the U.S. Steel Nippon steel sale if not completed. I think everyone would. But we were discussing this weekend. Like there, right now, you see the financial juices repeating this conversation from Trump right now, and I don't know about you guys, but I remember Gyna Deal on, Gyna Deal off, and I remember trading it, and it was the stuff of nightmare fuel. Uh, and I think I brought this up in the show once before. Um, I said, if we go back to a Trump presidency, do we get that shit again? I was like, I don't know if I could stream. I think I said it this summer. I was like, I don't know if I could stream, or I couldn't trade a Trump presidency and stream. Do you know why? Because you're awake all night long. It's the only time I've ever been awake like all night long. Because he would come into, like, he would hold a presser, or he would say, I'm holding a presser. And it'd be like 11 in the morning. He would tweet or something and say, "Are we going to hold a presser at 3 o'clock, 3:30?" And then he wouldn't show up until after the bell. And he would say some shit like, China deal off. And the market would fucking nosedive, like ladder down 5% or something. And then and then you'd be up all night long panicking because you'd be long or something overnight. Zero dates are really good overnight at that time. You can make a lot of fucking money in the overnights. And you'd be awake all night long, scared, like I'm going to burn 20, 30 grand or something. And at like 9:15 in the morning, he would say that China deal was back on again. And the market would fucking moon in like 15 minutes, straight up. And I'm reading this commentary on Trump right now on the fucking interview. I'm like, fuck me, man. Like, you're like, I'm like, is he gonna start this shit? Like, I don't want to hear this shit. Like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm anti or for or against it. I don't know how I feel about it. I have like mixed feelings on it. I feel tired already though, hearing him say that shit just now. Like, I literally am tired just listening to it. I've thought about this. I haven't thought about it recently, but I've thought about it in depth. Like, how do you even present a show, like a live stream centered around news that's good for about a half a day? Like, we leave news behind right now, like it's done, it's in stone. So we were discussing it this weekend. I was like, do you remember Gyna deal on and off again? I'm like, we go back into that shit. You could pretty much throw away anything that you have on paper every day. Like, nothing was based on reality when he was president. I'm not knocking Trump or anything. I'm just saying from the market perspective, it was a fucking disaster. There's no other way to look at it. Yeah, it was brutal. I wouldn't know what. I'd have to figure out a way to stream it. I don't know how to stream it. Not only that, think about it. You'd be trying to close out the day, and let's say we're streaming from like 9:30 to 4, and we'd all be sitting here waiting for a presser from 4 to 5 p.m. It'd be kind of nasty. Like, fucking nasty. There's that PT2. It's here and here, by the way. 580 and 579.15 for the sweep. It'd be fucking gnarly. Like, it would be fucking gnarly. We'd have to like build the stream around him. Like, you'd put the stream up every day from like 9:30 to 4, but you might not be live except for like fucking 8 in the morning till like 9:30, 10. And then you'd be live at like 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and then maybe in the overnight or something like that. It would be in pure insanity. And I've asked people since summer, I've asked different people their opinions on that. Some people have said that they think, or that Trump has promised not to be that guy. Other people have said that he's getting older, so he might not be that guy, but he's doing it right now. So I don't know if I believe that for a minute. This is a bad look. Yeah, I don't think he had the. I don't think he had the. I don't think he was actually taking a shit. I think he was trading. I honest to God think he was trading. I think he was in the fucking bathroom placing trades in the stock market. I really to this day believe that he was in the market. See if they get a new low or not. We had this new low, another new low down here. Failed to get the new high, so new low, failed to get the new high. Pretty fucking bearish. A vol, at the money vol surface, pretty gnarly. And then also at the money vol surface on SPY, pretty gnarly. And then I can't, for some reason I can't bring it up right now, but I saw it earlier. And vol control gang not here for you today. So watch out for some blood. We've got a gamma bar at 58.25. It's roughly right here. You can see it down below as a gamma bar right there. We're staircasing down to it. Should I put him on? Is he still talking? Should I put him on? I don't know if he's live right now or not. I should listen to him when he's speaking during market hours because if he's going to do this, we need to know. Oh, he's still on, right? Looks like he's still on right now. He's on Bloomberg too. Can you hear him? Oh, only I can hear him. You guys want to hear him?
There were only 7 countries that were paying. We were supporting NATO. They screw us on trade.
They're going to blood the fuck out of this market just on him speaking.
And then on top of that, they were screwing us on the military. So they're taking it.
Watch out for a pretty big move to the downside here.
On trade. And we're then supporting them. In other words, it's not sustainable. You can't keep doing this. You can't have that, China, all of these countries. And stupid people made these deals. I saw trade deals that were so stupid that you'd have to be, that were so bad that you'd have to be an idiot to sign them. And we signed them for years. We had, I could tell you trade deals that I have never seen anything. I said, who would agree to this? They had to be corrupt. They had to be corrupt. To make those deals, they had to be corrupt because there is no way a rational human being, I always say either corrupt or extremely stupid, because there's no way a rational human being would ever sign the trade deals that this country signed. And I got out of many of those deals. I told South Korea, I'm sorry, you're going to have to pay for your military. We have 40,000 troops over there. You're going to have to pay. You become a very wealthy country. Just to finish, you become a very wealthy. They said, no, 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 we will not pay. We will not. We haven't paid since the Korean War. I said, no, you got to pay. I said, would $5 billion a year to start off with? No, no. They went crazy. They agreed to 2. I got $2 billion for nothing. And I said, here's what we're going to do. They said, we can't agree to this because we have to go through Parliament.
New low on SPY intraday.
I said, that's okay. I fully understand that. Make it $2 billion. but next year I'm going to talk to you again. And I was going to make it $5 billion. And they knew it was coming. The happiest people to see that it was Biden instead of Trump with them, South Korea. You know what they did? They cut off the deal that I made where they were paying us. They backed to nothing because they went back to Biden, and they gave it to him for nothing. They were willing to pay. We have 40,000 troops in.
Oh, God, this sounds like the China deal on, China deal off again.
Power. They have tremendous nuclear power. And I said,
like, he sounds great,
and they agreed to do it.
But he doesn't hold to any of this stuff.
Cut it back, and it's a shame. And I could tell you 50 deals. And
like the China deal was on and off again so many times.
A year. And you know what? They'd be happy to do it. It's a money machine, South Korea. You're going to mention Taiwan. You wanted to mention Taiwan.
No, you mentioned Taiwan. You said you would defend them. You also seem to imply that on Putin, you would not. Putin, you seem to imply that you
surely expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation.
I don't comment on those things.
What about? Can I ask you a particular thing about the dollar? You talked about wars at the New York Economic Club. You said that if you lost the dollar as a reserve currency, it would be like America losing a war.
Yeah.
You look at what you're going to do in terms of protectionism, drive countries to use the other currencies, and all that debt is also going to lessen the dollar's status as the world's reserve currency. Do you worry about that?
The dollar is so secure, your reserve currency is the strongest it'll ever be. And
you say that, President Trump, at the moment there is a thing called the Trump trade in the markets.
Yep, there is.
The Trump trade is very simple. People are betting that
listen to this closely.
They're going to drive up debt. They're going to drive up inflation, so they're going to drive up interest rates. Are the investors wrong?
Yeah, I had 4 years no inflation. I had 4 years no inflation.
But that was when you had much.
I had 4 years. It's better than that. And Biden, who has no idea where the hell he is, okay? Biden went 2 years with no inflation because he inherited from me. And then they started spending money like drunken sailors. They spent so much money. It was so ridiculous, the money they were spending. They were spending on the Green New Scam.
I can't believe they brought up the Trump trade to him.
Fed reverse repo operation.
It was conceived of by AOC +3. She never even studied the environment in college. She went to a nice college. She came out, she just said, the Green New Scam. She just named all these things.
President Trump, the issue at the moment, the markets are looking at the fact you are making all these promises. Latest one was car loans. You're flooding the thing with giving giveaways.
But
I was actually quite kind to you. I used 7 trillion. The upper estimate is 15 trillion. People like the Wall Street Journal, who's hardly a communist organization,
but you don't know.
They have criticized you on this as well. You are running up enormous debt.
What does the Wall Street Journal know? I'm meeting with them tomorrow. What does the Wall Street Journal know? They've been wrong about everything. So have you, by the way. You've been wrong about it.
Dude, are you guys watching this? It's fucking pure insanity.
You're trying to turn this into debate. There are business people.
But you're wrong. You've been wrong. You've been wrong all your life on this stuff. You've been wrong. Let me tell you about currency. You're going to jump in a lot of different subjects.
Whilst you're sticking to the subject very closely.
Let's stick to reserve currency. That's where you started, right?
Oh God. Oh God.
Is under threat. Because you have Iran, you have Russia, you have China. China's the one that you have to worry about because they want it.
Yeah.
They want to have the yuan be the thing of power. So here's what I'm doing. Again, I hate to go back to it. If somebody says, and I know countries want to get out because they don't respect our leadership, they look at this guy, they say, you got to be kidding, and she's worse than him. By the way, I never thought I'd say this. She is not as smart as Biden, if you can believe it.
Oh, God, I can already fucking see it in my head. My head is hurting right now.
And we can't have it anymore. We're not going to have a country left. Okay, currency.
Oh.
Very important.
Yes.
And if you want to go to third world status, lose your reserve currency. We have to have that. We cannot lose it. If you'll go to third world status in this country because you take a look at the way things are running. If a country tells me, sir, we like you very much, but we're
I want to throw up my mouth.
Here to being in the reserve currency.
Nothing like.
I'm not going to salute the dollar anymore. I'll say that's okay.
This reminds me of COVID.
You're going to pay a 100% tariff on everything you sell into the United States. And we love your product. I hope you sell a lot of it into the United States, but you're going to pay.
We're going to get a bloodbath over this, guaranteed.
He will then follow it up by saying, sir, it would be an honor to stay with the reserve currency. I will be. That will be like just playing. That's not even chess. That's checkers. But you don't have other. Listen to this. You don't have other people that can talk that way. You know, a lot of people say we love Trump's policy, but we would like to have another.
Do you remember when they would tell him to stay on script and he'd be like,
and then actually it was Lindsey Graham. I must.
He's gonna start talking.
But Lindsey Graham said, but Trump's policy doesn't work without Trump. And there's a lot of truth to that. Macron was going to, nice guy, Emmanuel.
I mean, even if you like Trump, like, I'm not shitting on Trump. I'm just saying to you that Trump jumped script, like.
He was going to tax America.
This guy was saying you can't argue with the fact that Trump is all over the fucking place. If you were to write down everything that comes out of his mouth, there's like no rhyme to it. There's no like bullet point list that he goes back to.
People and say we're not going to stand for that. And I got Mnuchin and, a lot of guys, smart guys. If I can finish, I'll go longer if you want.
No, I was going to ask you about the Federal Reserve.
You got to be able to finish a thought because it's very important. This is big stuff we're talking about. You can't go that quickly.
You've gone from the dollar to Macron.
So let me just tell you.
From the dollar to Macron.
On your basic, it's called the weave. It's all these different things.
It's called the weave.
So let me just say. So I said to Mnuchin, call him up and say, no way. He did, and he came back to see me. He said, they won't do it, sir. It's too late. I said to somebody else, you call him. Then I said, let me do it. And I called him.
Oh, God.
And I said, Emmanuel, you're taxing American companies very substantially. You're not doing it with other companies. You must think we're stupid. It's not going to happen. But Donald, I cannot do anything. It's too late. Or it was approved by a legislature. I said, that's okay. Here's the story. Every bottle of wine.
I'm getting nightmares right now just thinking about this. Like, my face is like melting off just thinking about
as I speak,
the fucking nightmare fuel this fucking market's going to turn into.
100% on every bottle of wine and champagne. They like the wine and champagne, right? Every bottle of wine and champagne that comes into the United States of America has a tax on, starting on Monday morning, this was a Friday, of 100%. And that's better than...
I'm going to be honest. I gotta interject here. I got to be honest. I'm going to tell you guys something here. I'm tell you right now, okay? I'm going to fucking tell you right now. If Trump wins the presidency, right, this fucking market is going to crater. Crater. I'm going to tell you why. There's not going to be a fucking investor or a trader, a professional or an amateur that is going to be willing to buy anything but wild ass swings. Listen to that closely, like wild ass swings. Like, I mean, like nobody is going to be like, the posit would be, like, the rule would be that you do not ever buy the market unless it's cratered. You would print that up and post it over your desk. Trump is president. Don't even fucking bother. Just wait until it craters this week. And you'd probably get one minimum, if not multiple chances. That's how fucked up it is. Like, I'm sorry. Like, this conversation right now, like, it's so absurdist.
The hell out of the rates. He dropped them too much. He went so, he dropped them actually too much. Okay.
I'll turn it back on, but fuck. Like, I'm having nightmares right now thinking about this.
Very good president with good sense. You should be able to at least talk to him. I don't say make the decision at all.
Oh, I don't think you. If you weren't trading this shit with him in office, I want to see you live trade it. I want to see any of you telling me that bullshit. You'll get.
The fake news wants to give me.
You'll get. I guarantee, right? I would guarantee that that presidency will run about half of you out of the market. Guaranteed.
I think I have
you would giving away half your money. I guarantee it.
I think I'm better than he would be. I think I'm better than most people.
I guarantee it. I'll put my whole fucking thing on. Like, I'll put my whole reputation on that right there.
But I think I have the right.
If you think this market has any semblance of no volatility if he's president, you're out of your fucking skull. Like you are straight out of your skull. There's like zero safety.
With the Federal Reserve.
Well, I no longer need it. When it was a good thing. In fact, a lot of people said I got elected because of that. I was an unknown quantity. I was very known.
You're still unknown, bro.
Known as a political person or the leader of a country. And people were very worried about, actually they were worried, am I going to be liberal, if you want to know the truth?
No, dude. No, we're worried about what you were saying at the close of every fucking market day.
In this case, mostly judges, that you'd put in case it were necessary. Now, it's amazing because I got 3 in 4 years. Most people get none. Because, you put them in, they're young. You tend to put them...
Fucking nightmare fuel. Oh, my God.
Only super people put old. You don't put old in because they're there for 2 years or 3 years.
You're a 78-year-old man running for president.
A lot of judges, a lot of presidents get none. I got 3.
I think I watched every single presser he had.
3 great choices too, by the way. But
just on the federal.
I think every single fucking presser I watched.
Great choices, but I got 3 judges, and you know what they want to do? They want to now put up to 25 justices into the Supreme Court, the radical left, and that can't happen. So I think I've done a great job on putting in justices and 300 judges, and that made a tremendous.
Like I'm listening to it right now, and I'm not listening to anything he's saying. I'm just waiting for the market to crater right now, so I can buy a fucking dip again.
A lot of them. So I ended up with 125 judges before I got there.
Like, just don't even care. Just waiting for, like, Gyna deal off.
To put a Supreme Court judge in because there's 9. And, they're there for a long time. Most of them are there for a very long time. And I got 3, which is a very unusual situation. I got 3 in 4 years.
Maybe we can change the subject to technology, seeing you wouldn't answer about the Federal Reserve. The U.S. Justice Department is thinking about breaking up Alphabet, as Google likes to be known now. Should Google be broken up?
I just haven't gotten over something the Justice Department did yesterday, where Virginia cleaned up its voter rolls and got rid of thousands and thousands of bad votes, and the Justice Department sued them that they should be allowed to put those bad votes and illegal votes back in and let the people vote. So I haven't gotten over that. A lot of people have seen that. They can't even believe it.
The question is about Google, President Trump.
Yeah, look, Google's got a lot of power. They're very bad to me, very, very bad to me. I mean, I can speak.
I got to look at Google right now.
They only have bad stories. In other words, if I have 20 good stories and 20 bad stories, and everyone's entitled to that, you'll only see the 20 bad stories. And I called Google the other day, and I said, I'm getting a lot of good stories lately, but you don't find them in Google.
Google's about to fall off a cliff right now.
Just like our government is rigged all over the place.
You would break them up, in other words.
There goes Google.
You have to have, look, I give them a lot of credit. They've become such a power. It's such a power, and you got to give them credit for that. How they became a power is, really the discussion. At the same time, it's a very dangerous thing because we want to have great companies. We don't want China to have these companies. Right now, China is afraid of Google. Right now, China is a very powerful, very smart group of people. I will tell you that from very personal experience.
There's an example of a Chinese tech company at the moment, TikTok.
Yeah.
You initially wanted to ban TikTok. Now you like it, apparently, for some reason to do with Facebook.
Yeah.
There is a decision coming up, if you became president.
Yeah.
Its Chinese parent would have to sell it, I think it's by January the 19th. Would you force them to do that? So
I originally had it all done, and then I said to Congress, your decision. I said, I'm not going to, pull any strings, nothing. Your decision. You make it. But I had it all done. And I said, you make it. And they decided not to make it. I didn't care if they made it or not, because to me it was a flip of a coin. You have some real First Amendment problems. You have a lot of problems. You just talked about Chinese technology, the need to defend against it.
TikTok and the threat people see to many kind of American children and things like that.
Yeah, but
why do you no longer see TikTok as a security threat?
I think it is a threat. Frankly, I think everything's a threat. There's nothing that's not a threat. But sometimes you have to fight through these threats. You can't just, like Google. I'm not a fan of Google. They treat me badly. Are you going to destroy the company by doing that? If you do that, are you going to destroy the company? What you can do without breaking it up is make sure that it's more fair. They do treat me very badly. Oh, and he told me, no way. You're the #1 person on all of Google for stories. I mean, which probably makes sense, to be honest with you. I actually believe most of them are bad stories, but these are minor details, right? And it's only bad because of the fake news, because the news is really fake. That's the one we really have to straighten. We have to straighten out our press because we have a corrupt press. That's the one we really.
Can I ask you? Can I ask you about Silicon? I was in Silicon Valley recently. You talk to the tech bosses there and the tech people, and there seems to be a real fear that what you would do with tech is you would hand it over to Elon Musk and say, you sort it out.
No, I have great respect for Elon. Look, I saw that rocket ship come.
He would nail at me like a dog.
Right back to where it took off, to the gantry, I guess they call it. And I said, what the hell? I was on a phone.
Do you guys remember that?
Probably politics. And the television's on, and I'm seeing this big thing where the white paint was burned off it from the, thousands of miles an hour.
Google's getting fucking annihilated right now.
Massive tube that's 10 stories, 20 stories tall, come down.
Oh, God.
I told the person on the phone, wait a minute, I'm seeing something I don't believe it. Neither does anybody else here. And I said, wait a minute. I forgot the guy was on the phone. He waited for a half hour. And I watched.
What's Tesla doing right now?
And I watched it come down and come right in between those big levers. And I said, and it looked to me like I was going to crash. It was coming in hot. And all of a sudden, boom, you see the motor, the fire kick in. And I called Elon. I said, that's the most incredible thing. I said, can Russia do that? Nope. I said, can the United States do it? Nope. He's the only one that can do it. And I said,
you now want to put him in charge of deregulation.
Not deregulation, cutting.
Cutting wasteful spending.
Cutting.
Every single president,
which would include
including
deregulation.
Not deregulation, cutting, which would include deregulation.
Oh, there's tremendous.
Give me an example of something you will do that will get rid of government spending.
Well, let me give you an example. When I came into government, I was the first thing.
An example going forward.
Well,
not what you did in the past.
This is going forward because it's the same thing. When I first sat down, a general came into my office and he said, sir, it's nice to meet you. Would you please sign this? I said, what is it? It's a contract for a new Air Force One, which is actually 2 planes, not one, 2 Boeing 747. And I said, how much is it? $5.7 billion.
Uh-oh, Boeing.
Expensive plane, but there's reasons for that. He said, nope, I'm not signing it. I said, who negotiated it? Barack Hussein Obama. I said, I'm not signing it. Why? Because there's a lot of fat. He said, I'm not signing it. It's got to have a 3 on it. Anyway, long story short, some of you have heard this. I got it down to, because first week they cut off $400 million. He said, I'll cut. I met with.
This is BA, by the way, I'm looking at.
Dennis. I said, Dennis, you got to have a 3. 5.7 is too much. 5.7 billion. He said, the most I'll take off is $400 million.
BA's been recovering all day.
So he got it down. I said, nope, I'm not accepting. Then he took off 2 more. Then he took off. Anyway, 2 months went by, 3 months went by. I thought we blew the deal, and it was okay with me. I didn't care. But we should have a new Air Force One. When we see these planes from Saudi Arabia, from different countries, brand new, and ours is like 32 years old, and it's a very different plane. It's a much smaller plane, the whole thing. The United States should have the best plane, I will tell you. Not for me, but we should have.
Let me give you an example.
He said, he calls up after like 2-3 months. I didn't call him, which is the best way to buy something. Don't call back. And he goes, in fact, when he called me, I said, I wonder what the hell he wants. That's a good way to negotiate, let me tell you. So he calls back, said, sir, $3,999,999,99 cents. 1 penny below $4 billion. So I said, You got yourself a deal. Then I said to him, let me ask you a question. So you had a deal at $5.7 billion, and in a period of 2 months, I got $1.7 billion off. That means you were going to make $1.7 billion profit on an airplane. Did nobody ever negotiate with you? Well, not really, sir. They just, this is the price, and they said, we'll take it. And I said, you know, and then I learned, that was my first experience, you know, from that. But then I learned everything is like that. There is so much waste. So I'm getting, think of this, the exact same plane for $1.7 billion less, except I have a better paint job. Okay, much better paint job. A different color, red, white, and blue is beautiful. And if you look at every contract, that's one contract, and relatively small compared to most. Think of it. You save $1.7 billion because you negotiate. Every deal is like that. We're building ships that are costing 2-3 times more.
Can you give me an example of something
There's tremendous waste, fraud, and abuse in our country. And if you could cut it, you would have a surplus without even going into growth. But growth, we will grow. We're going to bring companies and jobs in at levels that you've never seen. And you would never be able to do it because you're not a believer in tariffs.
I'm not running for president.
Let me tell you, the only way you can do it is through the threat of tariffs. It's the only way you can do it.
Can we come back to one thing on that? Deal making. You look out across this room, there's some big businesses, but a lot of small ones. You look at the way you've given us a lot of examples of things where you've negotiated with the heads of big businesses.
Right.
Give you an example. When you put the tariffs on China, much smaller than you're planning to do at the moment, when you put them on, Apple came, you negotiated a difference for them.
I did.
That's much harder for small business people. Isn't the problem with the way that you do these kind of deals? You're bound to deal with the big companies. It's the small companies who get hit by all these different things and can't find exceptions.
Oh, we have exceptions. No, we had an exception rule. I gave Apple an exception. Tim Cook is a great business.
Apple is not a small company, and please don't give it Tim Cook.
But here's what happened.
The question is about small businesses.
Yes, but no, but we have a very talented.
He's like, I want to talk about Mag 7 today.
We had great people. We had Central Casting. These are great, and a large group of people.
Let's talk about my favorite stock picks: BA, Tesla,
Need an exception, you know, because
Google, Apple.
He came to me. He said, "Samsung makes a product similar to ours, very good product, the phones and other things, and because they're in South Korea, they don't have the tariffs. Because we're in China, we have the tariffs." I said, "You happen to be right. You're not going to be able to compete." I said, "Look, I'm going to give you a 1-year break,
God.
but I want you to start building your factories in this country, whether it's Texas or any other place, anywhere in the country." And he said, "What does that mean?" I said, "You have everything in China. I want you to move it from China back to our country." And he started doing that. And he built a factory, a big one in Texas. He built another one. And this was all a process. It was all happening. But I did give him an exception, and the reason was, he said, as soon as he said Samsung, I said, "How is that product compared to yours?" He said, "It's a good product." I said, "Then you really can't compete. You can't have a 25 or 50% tariff and compete, right?" Yeah. And I said, "I'm giving you an exception." And I did it for many companies.
But what happens if how do small businesses come and see you? That was the question.
But we do it for small businesses, too. We do it for small business. I'll give you.
Oh, wait a minute.
Who I didn't know, but he came to me. He was at a meeting, and he built kitchen cabinets. And he was, you know, pretty big in the business. That's all he did is build kitchen cabinets. He said, "Sir, China and South Korea are building kitchen cabinets for 1/3 of what I can make them." I said, "What's the quality?" "They're not as good, but they're good enough. I can't compete. I'm going out of business."
Hold on here.
I'm going out of business.
I'm losing the stream.
Tariff still on kitchen cabinets. I saw the guy 3 days ago. He said, "I'm the man that saw you about kitchen cabinets. You saved my company when you did the tariff, and you saved thousands of jobs, and my company is now doing very well." And he started to cry. And this guy hasn't cried too much, I will tell you. He said, "You saved my company. There's nobody that could have done that."
Maybe I can ask you then about something else. Business people here in this room, business people, capital markets. They all like the rule of law. They like certainty. The Chinese, who you mentioned,
Spoozigzay wants to squeeze here.
Like it when things go wrong. But they like it when things go wrong in America. If you look at the events of January the 6th, 2021, it showed to many people America's democracy was unruly and violent. Only 3 weeks to go to the election. Will you commit now to respecting and encouraging a peaceful transfer of power?
Well, you had a peaceful transfer of power.
You had a peaceful transfer of power. You had a peaceful. Come on, President Trump. You had a peaceful transfer of power compared with Venezuela, but it was by far the worst transfer of power for a long time.
Thank you. I appreciate that, because this is what they like to do. This is what they like to do.
Well, I didn't hear that boo part. I was responding to a conversation I was having.
Found out about this interview. I did a little check. This is a man that has not been a big Trump fan over the years. So I had a choice. Do I do this interview or not? I'm glad I did it. But do I do this interview or do I disappoint a lot of people? Because I know a lot of people in the audience. But his view is very different than mine. Let me just tell you.
What's he talking about?
We had a term, peacefully and patriotically. These were people. If you think an election is crooked, and I do, 100%, if you think the day it comes when you can't protest, you take a look at the Democrats. They protested 2016. They're still protesting it. Nobody talks about them. But if we protest, we want to have honest elections. You think the last election was honest?
All the times it went to courts, the courts sided with the other.
They went to court, and the courts all said, you don't have standing. Nobody had standing. And it's hard, frankly, after an election for a judge, but they all said you don't. Nobody ever had standing.
So this is X over here. This is Nippon Steel, or this is U.S. Steel.
Pages of facts. People were angry. People went there. And I'll tell you what, they never show that. The primary scene in Washington was hundreds of thousands, the largest group of people I've ever spoken before, and I've spoken before. And it was love and peace. And some people went to the Capitol, and a lot of strange things happened there. A lot of strange things with people being waved into the Capitol by police, with people screaming, go in, that never got into trouble. You know, I don't want to mention names, but you know who they are. A lot of strange things happened. But you had a peaceful, very peaceful. I left the morning that I was supposed to leave. I went to Florida, and you had a very peaceful transfer. This was not and I'll tell you what, those people that did go down, which was a tiny fraction of the people that went to Washington. I mean, you're talking about a very, very small, because there are hundreds of thousands of people, and I don't know what you had, 500, 600, 700 people go down to the Capitol. But those people, that was not one of those people had a gun. Nobody was killed except for Ashley Babbitt. She was killed. She was killed. She was shot in the head by a policeman what he did was horrible.
President Trump, maybe let's...
So I think we should be allowed to disagree on that. And obviously, you see by the reaction in this room,
let's return to one other big subject that you bring up repeatedly, immigration.
Yeah.
I know it's a very emotive issue for you, but just from the point of view of business people here, you look at the full effect of taking a lot of people out of the workforce, removing a lot of people. The Congressional Budget Office is banking on the fact that there'll be $9 trillion added to the GDP of America over the next 10 years by immigrants. You want to stop that process. For all the people who run businesses in the audience, I'm just focusing on the economic thing. Are you prepared to say, look, it's fine to have a slightly smaller economy in exchange for having the immigration controls you want?
Simple answer. I want a lot of people to come into our country, but I want them to come in legally. I don't want to have...
That means you will have to deport. You know, you are talking about deporting 11 million people. That is a lot of people to take out.
It came out last week that 425,000 people are horrible criminals at the highest level, but it came out that 13,099 were let in during their administration. They tried to say longer, wrong. Over the last 3.5 years, 13,000 plus people came in, murderers. They're in jail for murder. Some were having the death penalty. They were all released into our country. 13,099 people were released into our country. We had drug dealers released. We had street gangs released. Look at what's happening in Aurora. But now I don't have to go with Aurora anymore. Look at what happened last night in Times Square, where rough migrants from all over the place. You know, it's not just South America. We have people coming in from the Congo, large numbers from the Congo and Africa. They came in, as of last night, I was speaking to Tom Homan, 180 countries. People came in. They came from prisons and jails. They came from mental institutions and insane asylums, a step above. They came from the terrorists. We had large numbers of terrorists come in. When I was president, we had the strongest border in the history of our country. I built hundreds of miles of wall, and walls work, by the way. Hundreds of miles. We had the best numbers we've ever had. Now we have the worst numbers, and here's the problem. We have some of the worst criminals in the world coming in. Now, Venezuela, their crime has gone down at levels that nobody's ever seen before because they've taken their street gangs and their drug dealers and they've emptied their prisons, not fully because they can't get enough buses. They've emptied their prisons. They load up the buses and they drive them into the United States, and they're dropping their prisoners into our country. Their crime is down. Their numbers are crazy how low it's dropped. I heard 72, 74%. They've taken their gangs, they've taken their criminals off the street, they've taken their people out of mental institutions, which cost them a fortune, and they've taken them.
I'm not joking here. Like, I gotta say to you guys, like, I am literally panicking right now.
We can't live with thousands of murderers and not.
The issue.
Like, I'm just like, I like.
Was the idea that if you reduce immigration,
we're gonna have to have like every like.
There was a smaller.
You're gonna have to have like. We're gonna have to. I guess I have to join Truth Social because we're gonna need to like. I'm gonna have to do like a webhook. If he's like awake at like fucking 4 in the morning and he's like, we're having a presser at 6:30 this morning.
That can love our country. I'm
gonna have to set up like an internet alarm clock to wake my ass up.
Hundreds of criminals being dropped in. And
presser announced at 2:30 a.m. Cap.
In Aurora,
it's at 7:30 tomorrow morning.
Done it to the real estate business. See, they're like us, except they've done it with MK.
Fuck
whatever the hell.
Me.
Call it, right? Yeah, I mean, they have weapons.
Oh God, it's all I can think about.
They've taken over parts of cities in Colorado. You have a place called Beautiful.
I'm not joking. Like, you guys think I'm joking. Like, this whole, literally, our format will change. Our format will fundamentally change.
50,000 people, and it's total bedlam. The hospitals can't be used anymore.
I'm thinking about the number of subjects he's talked about at this point. It is all over the fucking place.
That don't even speak the language.
The issue I asked you about, many companies here have a shortage of labor.
Yeah, that's good. We'll take care of that. We're going to get people in here rapidly, and they're going to be people that want to be in here, and they're going to be people that can love our country and won't kill people because they have
I get the sentiment, and that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the volatility.
Some of these killers are among the most evil killers. They will look at you down, the beautiful woman there. They'll look at you and they will kill you. These are
Jesus Christ.
Sick people. And no, I don't want them in our country. And they are in our country right now. And they're in there because Kamala Harris, who's our border czar, is an incompetent
President Trump, for the record, as you know, the crime rate is lower. Can I finish with two questions? The first, you just said it, you don't do old. You own and run businesses. Yeah. Would you appoint a CEO who was 78? And you didn't give you a medical?
I would. Depends on this. I met people like Biden, who's in bad shape. I wouldn't appoint him. He's 81 or 82. He's 4 years older. But I'd appoint, I know some of the smartest people I know. I know a man that made all of his money from the time he was 80 to 90, and he was a failure all his life. He was in the drinks business.
Strangely, you didn't bring this up but you were running against Joe Biden.
No, I never attacked him for his age. In fact, I used to defend him on his age. I attacked him for his lack of competence.
I've asked you all these questions.
By the way, because I think it's important.
I got to give kudos to this interviewer.
I know so many people in their 80s that are among. Bernie Marcus is 95. He founder of Home Depot. You have the conversation with him. He's just as sharp as he mentally. He's just as sharp as he ever was. He's 95. I could tell you that in their 90s, I don't want to get into the 90s stuff, but you know what? I know many people in their 80s. I know guys in their 80s that won't leave the company, like family companies where they don't want the kids to take over because they're much more competent than their kids. I know them both, right? So, no, I would have no problem.
Like, this is a conversation I would expect out of, like, me or you sitting around a table somewhere, not like, oh.
And if you look throughout history, some of our greatest world leaders were in their 80s. No, that wouldn't bother me. But, you know, I took 2 cognitive tests, and I aced them both. I think that, frankly, people, regardless, should take...
Yeah, well, drunk and stoned. Exactly.
People should take cognitive tests, not because of the age, but because of something else. Now, here's the problem. They say it's unconstitutional, okay? But I would love to see cognitive tests. I don't think she could pass a cognitive test. I mean,
this is all COVID to me. It's like all COVID coming back.
President Trump, you've gone over many issues on this. I asked you many questions about things. One thing I haven't asked at all about is the state of the race.
Yeah.
And I had a question for you. On election night, which state would you look at first? Which state do you think this race is going to be decided by?
That's a good question.
Pennsylvania, I would say most. I think we're doing very well there. I think you look at Michigan, too, and I'm doing very well there. You know, we don't have to look necessarily. The votes are starting to come in now. So you look at polls, but you can also look at the votes that are being cast right now.
The number of votes. It's a big one.
As we discussed backstage, you know, based on the votes that are coming in so far, we're doing very well. I mean, we're way up in Pennsylvania. We're way up in Michigan. We're doing very well in Arizona.
That's the number of votes being cast by mail-in.
The plug in Arizona.
He's not being truthful here.
Quite a ways in.
Well,
I think we're doing well. Look, this is a party, the Republican Party, of common sense. Forget about conservative, liberal. Let's say conservative, but we're really a party of, we need borders, we need fair elections, we don't want men playing in women's sports, we don't want transgender operations without parental consent. You know, there's so many things, but it's 99.9% is common sense. It really is common sense. And I like to say it, I don't know if anyone said it in the past, but I say we're really a party of common sense, and we want to have great people in our country. I want to have a lot of people come in so that you have your choice and so that they have choice. I want to, you know, I have a good heart. I have a heart.
Yeah, do you remember that, hippo herder? Like, that's what it used to be like back in the day. Do you remember that? Oh, God, I remember it, dude.
21 million people at least have come in the last 3 years.
Hippo herder?
Unvetted, unchecked.
That's 100%, brother. I remember those days, dude. It was so fucking crazy.
He's the governor of California.
Newsom.
He signed Newscum, I call him.
Yeah. But do you think?
No, he corrected me. He corrected me. I said, that's the first time I've been corrected.
There are CEOs out here. If they said those sort of things about a rival CEO, they'd be sacked. Do you think it's fine for a president?
But they don't have to survive like me. They don't have to go through what I have to go through. There has never been a president that's been treated like me, so I have to fight my own way.
Well, you made a very good job of.
He signed.
What did he used to say? The hamburgers or something like that. He had a fucking language and shit.
For voter ID, and if you ask a person for voter ID, of course you have to show voter ID. The only reason you wouldn't do because they want to cheat. The bill says you cannot.
That's what it sounded like he was saying just then. The hamburger.
May I please see your voter ID when he votes? What is our country coming to?
Well, you've given us a tour d'horizon of where that country might be going to. Thank you very much, President Trump.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for the conversation.
All right, so the interview is over. That was live from Chicago.
Long conversation between former President Donald Trump and Bloomberg editor-in-chief John Micklethwaite in partnership with the Economic Club of Chicago, a conversation that
he asked a lot of questions that seemed like he didn't get answers to. But that's common with Trump. I don't know. The only thing that I want to take away from that, I put him on. I know I saw some of you were angry that I put him on, but he impacts the market. And as we come more into focus into this election, they're going to put him on for the views and for the impact on the market. So I missed that he was on today on Bloomberg in particular. I missed that totally. People mentioned it in the chat earlier, but I was like, it's probably not going to be nothing. So we may actually have to have him on more frequently as the election draws near, if it's geared towards like it's CNBC interviewing him or Bloomberg or Wall Street Journal, something like that. And I gotta say, no matter what your politics are, I'm gonna warn you right now. No matter what your politics are, if you think you can trade this market if he becomes president without having him on, you're gonna be in for a hurting. I assure you. You will get smoked. I'm gonna warn you of that right now. That you wake up and your shit will be literally on fire. And you're going to be like, why is it on fire? And it's because of a presser that he's done, middle of the day, middle of the morning, middle of the evening, kind of stuff. And they'll likely use this. The Bloombergs and CNBCs will likely use this volatility into the election as it grows nearer, that election vol, the Civil War gravy seal shit. They will attempt to continue to use this. Or they'll bring it into focus as we get closer to the election. So I know that you think you're going to get out of it, and I think I'm going to get out of it. You're probably not going to get out of it, at least until the election is done. And also, if he is elected president, I will have him and his pressers on this show. And, just so you know out there, some of you likely know I'm not a Republican, but I do have to have him on, even though I'm not a Republican. He will literally burn your positions down, short or long. It's not just long either. He can burn a short that fundamentally and technically should go a certain way, and torch it, and that's no fun, is it? The sad part is that if he does win, you really can't take any long positions or short positions until after he speaks. Those are the triggers. Oh man, dudes. I don't know if Wall Street's ready for that. I think they do burn it down. That's the Trump trade, is that they burn the market down. And I think the burning down of the market has to do more with you can't be long the market if he's president. You got to wait for it to burn. Then you can get long, take your profits into the next event that he has. It's kind of wild. Fuck. And I don't want to. I'll be honest. If you want my Main Street hat on, I don't want to listen to him talk. Personally, I don't, but I have to. I got a Wall Street hat, and that fucker makes money, right? Or it loses money if I don't listen. So just be conscious of that. I don't have to necessarily play it for you guys. If you guys don't want to hear it on stream, I don't have to play it, but I'll be listening to it in the background. I wouldn't be caught dead in this market with him holding pressers, long or short. I would be out of market during that time period. I didn't know he was going to be talking today in this context, I'm long right now, and I would not be long right here. If I had known that this was this what I just saw right now, just now I know if he's on TV from now into the election, no fucking way. No way. Yeah. And like I don't want to say anything else from that point forward. I don't want to get mixed up in the Main Street stuff on the show. I really want nothing to do with it. I just want you to know I traded Trump all through COVID, so I'm well prepared. I'm not really concerned with how my performance would be. I did very well in the market while he was president. The good thing about when he was president was it was easy to, or at least from my experience. I'm going to tell you the truth. From my experience at that time period, my wife and my kids in particular were at odds with me because they would ask me what I thought about Trump, and of course I'm like, I don't like him, but he's great for the stock market. I'll be point blank, like Wall Street hat on. It's time to rape and pillage is when Trump is in office. And that's what it is. It's like raping and pillaging. That's what it is, at least from my experience. So like my Main Street hat is like, I don't like him. My Wall Street hat is I'm going to make a fuck ton of money off that volatility regardless. And he knows that too. I think he does. I felt like that was I always believed that he was trading the stock market in the background, literally on a cell phone, because it was everything. It was everything that you wanted out of a trade that never goes your way. The market became much more predictable when he was president because you could see that he would be intentionally swinging the market where it shouldn't normally go. For lack of a better explanation, I don't know if I explained that, but if you're like sitting there and you're like, oh, I want the market to go up here, and it doesn't for you normally, all of a sudden it would. Or all of a sudden you want it to go down, and it would. Quickly and fast. There was a lot of money made. That was kind of like a hard thing to parse with my wife and kids. Telling them I love them. Guy fucking wake up one morning, market's down 5%. You buy it. How many times do you get that opportunity? You just don't. You get them like a few times a year. You get them every fucking 3, 4, 5 days. You get a fucking huge move down in the market. It was fucking phenomenal. No, I would never vote for him. I wouldn't vote for Trump personally. If you guys want to know, I would never vote for him. If you want me on record with that, absolutely not. But I'll trade it. I have no problems trading it. If he's president and he moves markets, I have no problem trading it. I'm fucking got zero problems doing that. But I wouldn't vote for him. I can't. I got wife, kids, daughters. That ain't happening. Yeah, pretty much. If you get a bloodbath off of a Trump speech or presser, you buy that fucking dip the moment that he stops talking. Every single time. It was like every fucking time. I always felt like he was manipulating markets, like he was intentionally doing that. Favors to friends. I didn't know if it was like favors to friends or like owes a favor to somebody for money. I feel like there was probably a ton of fraud going on. A ton of it. Like you figure like if he needed me to do something, or I needed him to do something, I was like a big mover and shaker. I wanted to make some money. I'd just go to Trump and say, talk about this or shit on that. And, let me know when you're going to do it so I can short and long that shit. Like that shit to me was criminal. I'm serious. Like it was fucking criminal. And I think all traders knew it too, right? Traders, investors. It was like fairly well known that there's probably some shit going on in the background. Yeah, dudes, like Kudlow too. Like it wasn't just Trump either. Kudlow was doing. I fucking forgot about Kudlow doing that shit. Like these guys are like professionals, like Kudlow is like a fucking market participant. Like, giving him that stage. I remember that shit now. Like, that shit was running rampant back then. That shit was running fucking rampant. It was the time to steal. Like, the market was the time to fucking steal in COVID with that shit. Oh, fuck yeah. 100 fucking %. I don't fucking forget that shit. Like, I don't want to swear right now, but like, people try to like gloss that shit over or like say that shit never happened. I'm like, I was right there. There's people in this fucking stream that were there trading it with me. There are people here that were trading that with me. Not last year, 2020. So, yeah, Mnuchin too, right? Mnuchin. Kudlow was the big, like JBJ just reminded me of Kudlow in particular. He reminded me like of Donnie Rumsfeld of the fucking like you drag Donald Rumsfeld out of the fucking coffin. They'd drag Kudlow out, and it would be fucking insane shit. For all stock market too. I guess at times it'll be good if it's Trump in terms of volatility. I'm not going to say that it isn't. That conversation that he just had scares the bejesus out of me. It's like I don't think you're going to get a Trump that doesn't try to move markets. From that conversation in particular today, that makes me pretty much closes the door on the argument that Trump is going to be more of a statesman and not impact the markets. When you're talking about things like trade deals with other nations, when you're discussing the Federal Reserve, or you're discussing the Treasury Department or individual publicly traded companies, normally your commentary is rehearsed and vetted before you discuss those things while markets are open. Even when markets are closed, they're pre-planned, pre-thought out and all that kind of stuff. Trump's just like, fuck it, I'll talk about whatever. And I'll take the conversation anywhere I want. And he's, or at that time, he was president of the United States. And if he's president of the United States again, you got to remember the president can move markets by statements that they make. You can't discount that. And, if, you know, like you come out and you like shit on Google or some other company, or you pump some other company up, they would moon. They would moon in COVID. Remember all the COVID drug companies? If he mentioned one, we'd be waiting there. Do you guys remember that? We'd be waiting for him to drop a name. So I used to trade COVID drug stocks, right? And we would just be waiting for him to name. We'd have like a plethora of companies, and he would like shit on a company, and the stock would fucking crash, and then another fucking stock he'd pump up, and it would just move. You guys remember that shit or no? You guys remember the drug pump? Like there was like COVID drug pumping going on. It was crazy sauce. Oh, dude, Kodak. I forgot about Kodak. I totally fucking forgot about the Kodak trade. That was pure insanity too. That was an insider trade too, wasn't it? The guys from two guys from Kodak were wrapped up in that trade too, right? That turned into an insider trading scandal. So anyways, that wasn't a good look for me in terms of what to expect if he does become president again. Or not a good look. I don't mean it in a bad way. I just mean that it wasn't a good look in terms of the elder statesman not discussing that's publicly traded companies and policy in that fashion. It's not normal. It's not the normal what you'd expect out of a president. You'd expect it to be prepared and stay on script for actual policy that you have in those cases. Yeah, it was insano. It was pure insanity. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Mr. Talking Monkey. Just the other day, I was like, man, it's like the politics are probably so up my ass because I live in Michigan. It's a battleground state, so it's like Joe Donut was telling me that some states you don't even hear about the election anymore. Where I live, it's everywhere. I get text messages, phone calls, emails, door knockers. It's on every ad, on every like local thing we watch. If we watch like football or something, it's everywhere. It's like you can't escape it. I want to escape it. I can't even escape it because Michigan's like considered a battleground state or one of the battleground states. Market's still just kind of putting around here. Dealers destroying. I guess puts are getting destroyed too. I saw some commentary saying puts were getting annihilated. So dealers are just burning everything right now. I will say this though. I will try to track this club more closely. If I hear about him, I'll sign up for Truth Social. I think is he on Truth Social? Is that what he's on? Anybody that's a Trump supporter out there can let me know if he's on. What is he on right? I don't actually know if he's on Twitter. Is he on Truth Social? What does he post on right now? I'll have to look it up tonight. I'm gonna have to start tracking to see when he does these events and stuff. I gotta find a way to find out when he's gonna be on from now into the election. Make sure that or at least that I'm watching whatever he has to say, because you don't know what he's gonna say. This is the other part of it. Like you really don't know what he's gonna say. He could come out and just say one day like I'm gonna break up fucking Apple, and you're like what? Like I'm gonna break up Apple. Like literally, would not shock me. And then like you just see Apple fucking crater one day. That's an example, not Apple in particular, but okay. So no, not news. I want to know when I just want a way to find out when he's going to be doing this stuff. Okay, Roger that. Thanks, 45 Forever. I appreciate it. Okay, so Truth Social is Trump himself. Okay. I just want to hear if he's going to be doing any more interviews and stuff like that. Any kind of pressers as the election comes more into focus. Still no break. Slowly going down. Slowly, but surely. It is. I got to take a quick piss. I've been meaning to take a piss for like an hour and a half. Let's see here. Is it 2 o'clock yet? Yeah, we're already past the 2 o'clock hour. We should slam down into about 2:30 here. Should get that bloodbath you're looking for here. I got to take a quick pee. I'll be right back with you guys in just a few minutes. I gotta go pee. I've been pounding coffee and water all morning. I'm like literally up to here with hydration. The only thing I'll leave you with here is do want to let you know something before I take a potty break. The S&P Standard & Poor's says we expect the U.S. to maintain its credit strengths. This is a key point, though. U.S. sovereign brief from the S&P from Standard & Poor's. This isn't going to matter right now, but it is going to matter after elections. The U.S. sovereign brief post-election policy outcomes will be key for creditworthiness. When we get into, I've told you this before about S&P and like the debt to GDP to debt ratio. It's been improving, believe it or not. The rate of whatever is improving on it. Anyways, it'll come into so they're saying today post-election policy outcomes will be key to creditworthiness. And I talked to you earlier in the year about how these candidates have been stumping, and it's hard to nail them down with their policies. and that you're likely this campaign season in particular, it's been very hard to nail anybody down with like a first 100-day plan. They've been evasive, and that they've been one-upping each other. Like, and I think this guy even today said it, like, you're going to give free this and take away that, and you can't really get a straight answer out of any of these guys. Even Kamala, if he says something, she says something, and they're saying it today. So you're going to see this come into focus post-election. Whenever we get that seasonal low in the springtime, I would expect like the ratings companies to be looking for that 100-day. Like, this is what our policies are going to be. This is what we're going to try to do the first 100 days and during our presidency. But also further from that, be paying attention right now because like Germany, the EU, any of those Plaza Accord signers, they're all involved in big election years or have been. And if you're like a bull or a bear, if you're going to get that like lost decade or a bear market, or not necessarily a bear market, but like a recession or something like that, you want to be closely watching the rest of the world for these ratings companies and their GDP and their debt, because you need the participation of other countries to enter that recession. You need the world. If any of you have ever been through a recession, normally the world participates in it, and you want to be keeping your eyes on that as we get into next year. And S&P is saying basically the same thing, that they're regurgitating what they said about a month and a half, 2 months ago, or 3 months ago, which was they're not gonna downgrade us right now while we're in an election. But I would expect them to be taking notes right now around the world. And that's when you get like the bond vigilantism, where they literally say you better be tightening the belt after the post-election hangovers around the world. One of the largest election seasons on record happened this year, or is happening right now this year, and they will be paying very close attention to, hey, are you going to deal with this debt or not? And that will come into focus. It's not now. It's not. We've talked about it now at least 3 or 4 times this year, and they're saying S&P just coming out right now and saying that they're going to still hold off until the hangover, the toga party hangover of all these countries and all the money they're spending. The spending is out of control around the world. They're like running for office, so they're whenever they have big elections, they try to make everybody happy, right? You get some money, you get some money, you get a car, you get a car. That knows no bounds in party either. That's just like running for office, a normal thing. But in this case, after all the COVID spending around the world, the eyes are on all these different countries that they are overspending at a time when they shouldn't be because of COVID. Or what are they spending on would be more important. Okay, I'll be back with you guys in just a few minutes. Finally got that new low right there. Just tagged it. Expect more down here. Expect a blast down to 580, maybe even 579, some change down here. Be right back.
So according to sources on X, a helicopter carrying Israeli Prime Minister lands in a secure facility near Tel Aviv, where Netanyahu is expected to order the attack on Iran.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
NYMEX diesel November futures settle at $2.18. Gasoline November futures $2.03. NYMEX WTI crude November futures settle at $70.58 a barrel, which is down $3.25 or 4.4%. And NYMEX natural gas November futures settle at $2.49. So seeing a post on X from Jason Brodsky, it says Israel has briefed the Biden administration on the general goals of the planned attacks on Iran's regime, but not on the specific targets. Sources aware of the details tell their sources.
Brent crude futures settle at $74.25 a barrel, down $3.21 or 4.14%.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Here, I'm coming on here. Just give me one quick second. Still be careful here. Hold on, leave this. Still be careful here. It might not be done going down. Could see one more quick rip to the downside. Right down there. Not guaranteed, but VIX is still kind of ripping. Let's take a look here. Just watch this VIX 9-day down below here. Still some gaps to close up here if you watch this closely. It's like one right there. There's one more tiny one up here. More little sneaky Pete right there. I don't know if you can see this on your screen. Be careful in there. Let me see him. Come on. Give me one quick second here. You want to watch the market turn to the upside. You're like looking for a bounce trade or something like that. The other thing too is that you've got still have this cross coming up here of the half an hour trigger. Normally we'll squeeze back up there and check it if we're going to make another leg lower. Let me show it to you really quick here. Give me a quick second here. Come on with you guys. Sorry, I was chatting in the background with Winky. One quick second here. Make that smaller. So if you're looking to buy a dip down here, right, on this PT2, there's like two things that could happen here. Could be one more leg down, then your V shape. Oftentimes that'll happen at the close of the day. So let's say we're like 6 o'clock, or not 6 o'clock, 1600. You could see a quick blast down, ruin the options chain, then we go higher. Another thing too would be, another option here too would be this cross that takes place. I'm not going to change the colors. You get the point, right? Like boom, boom, boom. And you could see price check that, but then if it rejects to the downside, we could get started with a market roll. But we're not there yet, so I'm not really too concerned with this. My real fear is that we roll down. So if you're trying to get long here, the safest way to get long, like long with meaningfully, would be watch price recover, watch the cross in the 1 and 5, get the new high, then you like often run it at like 582-ish, somewhere in there. So there's a lot of work to be done for an upside move here. And the reason I'm saying that is because if you look at this VIX down here, bottom right hand side, there's some sell pressure here. You can see it right here. There's like sell pressure on VIX, like sell the VIX right here. See it? To send VIX lower. But if VIX were to blast up, whoop, even if just for a moment, that would be, you know, that would infer that like last half an hour downside moves. Just be careful of it as we close out the day. Oftentimes that's how you wind up with, that's how you like a turnaround Tuesday. And what happens is you'll wind up with like a bloodbath, and bears will chase this into the close, and the market will squeeze up in it tomorrow. All these bears will be like, oh, look, we broke support. You know, it's doom. We're going to crash, all that kind of nonsense. So it's just a trap for bears down here. Let's just be wary of it into the close. Now I'm going to give you expectations. And I'm watching the options chain in here. So if I start to see the options chain build some premium, I'll let you guys know, but I haven't seen it. What else? One quick second here. Yeah, into tomorrow. Hold on here. One quick second here. So you've got the gap closure, right? Oh, sorry about that. Hold on. You got the gap closure that's taking place. There's still some more gap closure down here. Do you see it? There's like a little tiny bit more down here. So 578.62 to close that gap down below. So there's a little bit more room to run. Let me check it on lower frames. Sometimes it doesn't always show up. Like right here, you can see it right here. Traded a low here of 578.88, another 20 cents maybe, somewhere in there. But even more important here would be that quick blood down. So we're going to show you this really quick. Go back to an hourly so I can get this. Hang tight here. I guess we could do it like that. Remove all that crap. Oh, shit. One quick second here. Just a preliminary thought here would be down that's like 578.10. I want to talk to you about this really quick here. So, pay close attention today into the close. If we break $57.09 is what you really want to be watching here. If there's a break of 57 or 57.8.09, the market likes to it works on math or finite maths. So if you were to see like a tick, whoop, even if it's just for a minute, it's implying that there's more downside to come. We'll get this correction started right now. If not, right, if you don't see that bottom tick, the implication would be that we would trade, believe it or I know you're not going to want to hear this because you're going to be like, there ain't no way, Cap, but you would actually see us trade this right here. Yeah, I smell something burning. So you're paying, this is preliminary. I got to wait until like 9 o'clock and the Asian markets to open and stuff like that. But we're paying attention to this stuff. See if we get the tick or if we don't. If we don't get the tick and that's the bottom, we're just closing the gap. That's all we're doing. We should trade up, catch the new high on this one right here. And then I would be expecting at least challenging that 584. I do want you to know that Elliott Wave, and now this is going to piss you off if you're a bear, has us trading a 86.53 or something like that. Right about there. So just note that that's the actual Elliott wave all the way up there. But like Elliott wave's like a racer gang. I don't give it too much credit. But just be paying close attention. Is this the bottom? Do we break below this number? Because that does imply that this is going to get eraser ganged. If it does hold and we just close the gap, we should run up higher and beat through this, get a new high, and then actually trade 86 and change somewhere in there, right around that 86 and change to the upside into the weekend. Now, remember here, I showed you the 3 or 4 other examples of how when we're rolling over, it's like a process, right? It's normally, not normally, but last few examples is like this, like, it's like this, like nightmare fueled, believe it or not, it's new highs. And then it slowly rolls over. The only thing that I would give to the bears in this circumstance, unlike other ones, would be that there's not a lot of time left into the rest of the month. The weakest or the market is most strong around the 29th of October. Now, I will say this, like that election volatility, or there's 2 things I want to talk to you about as we end the day here today. 2 important things. I think I harped on this earlier today, and I just want to bring them up to you again. So, number 1 would be, hold on, let me go to a 4-hour basis here. No matter what happens up here, like if that was the top or not, or even if we make new highs, I really don't care. Like, I don't care if that was the top. I don't care if we still make a succession of highs, then that was the top and we roll down. But what I really want to talk to you about that's very important here is that, let me see here, 29th, right there. And the 15th. I brought this up to you guys many, many times. And what I really want to talk, can you guys see all that? Let me get rid of some of this chat box here because you guys can see all this. I'm not trying to like stop you guys from chatting or anything. I just want you guys to see this. So what I want to talk to you guys about here is two volatility things that I think we get shit thrown on the wall, shit thrown on the wall, shit thrown on the wall all at the same time, right? And you're like, oh, woof. We squeezed out all that volatility. Nothing happened. But there are 2 events that I still want you to focus on here, which is the first one is election volatility. Okay. And the second one is a Trump presidency. So you'd have just the volatility associated with election. That would be like the election volatility would be we don't know who the president is. There's court cases. Someone doesn't accept the election outcome, right? I don't care who wins. I don't care if it's Kamala that wins. I don't care if it's Trump that wins. I'm talking about the volatility surrounding the decision of the election, whether that is we don't know who the president is, or we have people saying that this president's not the president in recounts and court cases. We've seen that a couple times already. And even when we didn't have a volatility-led presidential election, remember when McCain ran it? Remember when Obama was in his second term? He ran against McCain. And that was a low vol type event. And we still had a downside move beyond the 5th of November. It lasted actually into the 15th of November. It lasted a little bit longer. One last little fucking down move, okay? And we're actually in this big volatile event. Now, we are kind of hedged here, and there's a chance that we could roll down into that and become so hedged that we don't actually make like a doom roll down to the monthly trigger and that kind of stuff. And that's one of the differences here is Obama was considered, Obama-McCain was slightly considered benign. Obama was liked by everybody, right? And McCain was a candidate that could have won against a Democrat. It was hard for McCain to beat Obama, not because he wasn't a good candidate or anything. It had more to do with there was like a likable candidate and another candidate that presented his platform. They just stuck with Obama, in my view, at least. So even now in that event, we got down because we weren't hedged for it, were we? For that election volatility, it was pretty much a benign event, a benign election. So we made some pretty decent lows during that election. Just be aware of that, the mechanics of that stuff. There's more vol in this election, so people will hammer the fucking hedge button. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. People will hammer the hedge button and arrest unless we get some real money selling. And that's where I want to come up with the second part of this. If we are hedged for this volatile event, right, we might not get the downside move. But if Trump wins, that guy from Bloomberg was being serious. There is a Trump trade, and people are serious about that. If he wins, there is potential for real money selling. Now, real money selling is when you're well hedged, right? Everybody's hedging, and the dealers begin to delta hedge that trade, right, to the upside. But what ends up happening is you get panic put buying, and they reverse course and start following that aggressive put buying. And if you get a bank, let's say, or you get a hedge fund or something saying, oh, shit, Trump's won, we got to sell. And you get the amplification of dealers chasing, and you get an amplification of real money selling, that can lead to some real downside, regardless of what just happened here. Remember, no events happened. If that event happens, you could see that downside ramp. And I want to talk about one last thing here today, or two more things about this same shit here. Number one would be not tech, but AI today. Like ASML sold 16-17%. Whenever bulls get too bulled up, they are we already saw it in the velocity of ASML. It's just waiting to drop. That can happen here too. Like you can wake up one day and we're just selling hard and heavy. It's like selling hard and heavy. And we're pretty close to a top. Right now, the top is, 590. And all we're trying to do here is develop call gamma at 600, 610, up here, 610, 620. We're not expecting to hit it. We're just expecting to develop that call gamma so that we can come back and nail it end of year. Does that make sense? You're not actually going to trade that right now. I think Rubner said you're going to trade. You're going to trade above 6,000 right now. That's not how the market works. There's no call gamma at 6,100. Though it's developing. There's no call gamma at 6,200. You have to develop that call gamma. Then the dealers counter trade you. Then we come back and nail it at the end of the year. As long as that gamma is there, they will fuck that gamma and then come back and nail it later. Same thing with all that doom gamma down below. There's a bunch of doom gamma down here. They'll go down there the moment that it's worthless, and they'll swing down there, and we'll check that area out. The same like this stuff works like back and forth. So just be aware of that as we get we don't have a lot of time here, do we? If you were looking for a meaningful role, and you were like, hey, Cap, I put this in the brief last night, I think. I think I put this in the brief last night. But if you're looking for that meaningful roll to the downside, I can't guarantee it. So if you're looking, and in the brief, I didn't either. It was like, yeah, just trade volatility. So if you were to trade this, right, that kind of nonsense, that's that 590, right? And then we start breaking down. See it a little bit better now, like the bam, bam, bam. We start breaking down. What I would say to you would be just catch a high, get a ratio spread. We start breaking down into the daily. We can start getting more aggressive with like put spreads and short and all that other kind of stuff to this downside. I just wouldn't expect it. I'm hedged here. If you don't know this, I'm hedged already here. I've been hedged here since, I want to say right here. I think I'm hedged right there, right there. And I've got a November, I think 15th ratio spread on for that, to capture that downside. I haven't monetized the upside or anything like that. A pretty significant hedge onto the into the end. Well, it's into the end of the year to capture the 15th. It's like 90 days out or something like that. I think it's like, I think I have, I'll have to go check. I have to go open up my account and check. But anyways, I already have a hedge on for this possible outcome. If you were looking for targets, the first one is 570. That would be the most. That would be the most conservative target for election vol or I don't know, AI. That's another one too. We have not priced in like AI underperforming expectations for 2025. Like what's their guidance for 2025? They drop a hammer on that shit, man, and the market will fucking blast down quick. So you get like election volatility. You get the two types of election volatility. You get everybody's all bulled up, right? Everybody's long as fuck. All the banks are telling you they're long. No one's hedged for just these outcomes. They're hedged for the downside outcomes, but not for these. So responsible hedging up here is probably on a high to trade 570, 565. And then, of course, you get the 540 down here and 550 zone. If you really, I think I put this in the brief last night where I showed you what the damage could be. So you guys should already have this stuff. You can just check the website and it talks about this kind of a role coming into play and how we get there and that kind of stuff. The only thing the thing that I can't say to you here, or I said to you in the brief last night, was I can't guarantee you get down like this. When I looked at prior examples of right where we are, the last three are us just doing this stuff, literally like just grinding, and then we launch. Right ramp-o-rama. So it might be better to buy volatility than it is to necessarily get super bared up into this election. Like if Kamala Harris wins, or the thesis is if Kamala Harris won and there's no, let's say it's a landslide and you or I are short down to fucking, the doom Trump trade, right? Down here, and we don't get paid, right? We can scream all we want on public about it, how short we are and how much money we're going to make, but we know that's bullshit. They've gotten smoked the entire way up. I can show it to you right now. They lie. They've been smoked the entire way. It's been relentless, literally relentless here, the entire way. We can count the number of times they've been wrong. So just take that into consideration as we head into this election season. And today I was concerned with the pedestal that Bloomberg put Trump on. That would be one more. I guess I'll put this into a synopsis in tonight's brief, but Trump is definitely going to be used in my view, Trump is going to be used for volatility. until the election is decided. I would expect at this point that financial interviews are going to become more frequent. Or if he does, like, let's say he does a press conference during market hours, or if he's making statements as we get closer to the election, like after hours, I wouldn't put it past him nor anyone else. If I was a ratings person, if I owned CNBC, I'd want fucking Trump on CNBC during the day, right? If I was a short operation, I would fucking be like, come on, bro, let's get you on whatever show it is that's on TV, for the markets to react. And I don't think that's unreasonable to think that that will come into the spotlight from here on out. And he seemed happy as a pig in shit to talk stock market, Federal Reserve, you name it today. So if they start to give him a mouthpiece more frequently, we're going to have to pay attention to that as time moves on. I don't have any personal opinion on it or whatever. Just be aware of it, that it's not talked about as much as it should be. The importance of the election volatility trade, and then the amplification of that election volatility trade, the more completeness of it, and also like the AI stuff today. That's normal. Q4 is famous for pre-earnings release drops of negative information. When they said today that it was a mistake, that is bullshit. That is a fucking scam. Q4 is famous for drops like that. So just be aware of it. There's probably some people out there paying for those drops too. I saw a white paper about a week ago from one of the fucking banks, one of the trading desks, directly told, like a Bloomberg terminal, directly told their traders to seek out any information they could get before the actual reports. I'll try to dig that up. I thought I posted it for you in a brief, but Q4 is famous for this. Like, you beat the streets, you get yourself a contact, and you try to find out what the ER release is, and they leak it, like what happened today. I have no questions in my mind that leak today was driven by a professional in the stock market. So we could see more of that happen over time. So the expectations in it tomorrow, just quickly here. If you don't know what I'm talking about here, I put all this in a brief last night. So just quickly here for the expectations in tomorrow, pay close attention to, it's back in a 1 hour. Pay close attention to where we close the day out. Do we bottom tick below this instigation here, or do we start making our way higher? Elliott Wave's got us going to right about here. And if anything changes between now and 9 o'clock, if you guys know, I'll put it in the brief tonight. That one right there, and put this one right there. There. Nope, wrong one. Nope, wrong one. Yeah, it looks like they're burning. I'm watching an options chain right now. They're destroying the chain. That's good. Implies are going to go up. Implies they're going to burn this chain. And hopefully we're going to turn up here. Make a new low. Probably even scooch that in right there. I would not be caught dead short here, or not short, but inputs in the overnight here. Don't be. After hours, you could be short in the after hours, but I would not be caught dead here, like holding puts as a rule. When I post those things on Twitter where I show like Bud from Wall Street, that's this situation right here. So just be conscious of that. And upside target into tomorrow, 582, somewhere in there. Minimum 582. And then another target of 584, 585. possible tomorrow as well. Remember, turnaround Tuesday, right? Nice downside move. Wednesday is what the fuck Wednesday. We go straight up. You know, market's supposed to crash on Wednesday, and the market just turns on your ass to the upside. Right there. I think that. Let me check to make sure. Yeah, we're right on S2 right now. And S3 is right down here. Let's watch this close, see if they break it down in this bell here. Oh, they did tag VIX 9-day too. Watch out here. If you're a bear, watch the fuck out. I missed this. This is VIX 9-day. They did tag above, so be careful of the retrace trade right now. They hit it right here. I missed it. I wasn't paying attention, and they wicked it right here. Another key point too in the next coming days, like as this happens, like over the next 5 to 10 sessions, pay very close attention to if we get big downside moves or not. Be paying very close attention to, like, are we getting significant downside moves? Are we breaking new lows? Not just intraday stuff, but like this stuff right here. Like, are we making a low below this right here? Like you're watching these like ticks always. These ticks are very telling as to where we're heading as we roll down and over. They will tell you that like the high earlier last week on that Tuesday or some shit like that. That end of the day push up higher, that was telling the entire story for the run for the rest of the week into Monday today. That we were going to blast the fuck up because we got that new high. So pay very close attention to that stuff down here. Whew. I got some lunch coming. I got to eat. I'll stay with you here into the close, but I'm going to eat in the background. I haven't eaten all day long. And I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Well, I'm not going to tell you guys. I still have calls on. I have 0 dates. I never sold those 0 dates. They're burnt. They're gone. But I did add another trade down here. But I didn't tell you guys about it on the Discord. I was talking with Winky about a trade. You guys are always trying to follow me in every fucking trade. I'm like, I ain't telling them about this one. Yeah, it did its thing, Wink. It tagged. It should come. We should have a retracement trade here in it tomorrow. Unless they're going to get aggressive with it. Unless they get like aggressive and want to start blasting us down and like correcting the fucking market. They don't have a lot of time. Like they got like what do we got? Today is the 15th. Like you pretty much got fucking 15 days. You got 15 days to put in a correction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 sessions. That can be done. 10 sessions can be done to correct the market. There's not many sessions, dude. Do I think what? Longing oil is smart? No, so I've always said this before about oil. Okay, so I'm going to make this quick. So like oil is in the last legs of bearishness. That should last into next summer. So like midterm view, long term, I don't know if you consider that long term or not. It's bearish. Oil is, because it's so bearish into next summer, it's prone to squeezing. So you'd be event driven on oil. So I think it's that's not a dangerous trade. You want to look at it really quick? We can. Hang tight here. Well, we'll look at it right now. I know it's been sent to the depths of hell, but hold on here. It's been sent to the shop. Oh, wait a minute. What did I do wrong here? Yeah, this is a tough trade here. It's bearish. It's a hard trade. Like I like oil every time, not on every low. I don't know if oil comes into play without it being event driven, like Israel Iran stuff. As of right now, that trade, I'd probably like to see oil slightly lower. It's not that it can't go up if the market goes down. It's oil is super shorted. Like, people don't want to believe that, but we have like historical, and we have historical inflation waves of inflation that are these like big macro waves that last like years. And I'm not saying that it's not a trade you can't take. But it's a lotto. It's a lottery trade. And I only like the best setups on them. I only like sure thing setups. And I'm not sure that we're there yet with oil. Not today for sure. I'd at least want to see like, you gotta remember here, now this doesn't have to happen, but think further out in time. If the impetus here is that we're going to trade 6,000, just think about that, right? Even if we don't, you would like to see a failure, like just like this tick down here. See, I'm talking to you about, do you see that tick lower? The same thing applies to the upside. You kind of want to see that failure of 5,900. Like, just the tick. And then they send the market down to the depths of hell. And it's like a marking, it's like a way for algorithms to mark that we're coming back here, we'll be back here. And fuck you, you're not trading 6,000 now. We're going to correct this market. So, I don't even know I could recommend it right now. Like, oil for me is a hard trade right now. Like, I want to get bulled up on oil. Like, next summer, if you talk to me, I fucking want to long the fuck out of oil. I think inflation rages. I'm a bull. You know, if I'm telling you I think inflation rages next summer and I'm a bull, and I think it's going to be crazy. I think any oil trade long right now is not just risky, but it's like more of a lottery trade. There's a lot of money to be made. Don't get me wrong. It's kick-ass money. But I don't know that personally. Personally, I'd be looking for oil to like. I would really like to see oil like blast down and then rip faces off. You know, something like that. Like a big trap here, and then we go higher. And oil is like that, man. Like, fucking oil is it's not quite natty gas, but it is a fucking widowmaker. Like, I don't know how many times I've woken up in the morning and been like, fuck, oil's down 5%. 6-8% when it looked all bulled up. So I'd be a little wary of oil. You could possibly try to long it though on a failure of that 590. I'm expecting something in there. What do we trade so far? What's our high right now? I mean, I think that this does fill that need. 585.26 says we're coming back for 590, doesn't it? Look at it right there. We traded 585.27. That's an algorithm telling you, like, don't worry, we're coming back for 590, even if we fail it. That's what it's telling you. It doesn't always happen like that, but I'm always looking for like major breaks of support by a tick and major breaks above or failures on resistance.
1 minute till we get the market on closing.
It's not a first tier tool, but it's a fairly easy thing to think about. Did they get that fucking low or not? Did they get that fucking high or not? If they fail, like sometimes, like if we're going to a round number, like let's say we're going to like 100, and they don't even tick it. I'm like, oh fuck no, we're going all the way down to the bottom. We're gonna check that whole fucking bottom out and sniff around.
Stay up to date with the latest
Like,
and beyond
if they were to tick the 100, I'd be like, oh, we'll get a pullback and we'll break above 100.
Today and get our special offer.
It's not a hard rule, but it's
worth of our service
fairly good.
Of 1 month.
These fucking things are still finite math. They lit this whole market's fake to me. I really believe the market is fake. Like, I don't really believe any part of this market. I think they run it on a preset. We're going here, we're going there, and we're going here within reason. Unless there's truly unknown news to the market, I think most of this market is fake as fuck. I think if you read any books, they'll tell you the same thing. You read any of these fucking books, you read like any book about the market from professionals, they all admit to it. It's a fucking fake ass market. Whole fucking thing.
Markets on close imbalance. The S&P 500, 122 million to the sell side. The Nasdaq 100, a buy side of 220.
You drilled the most wells under Obama.
Side of 140
Nice.
million, and the Mag 7, a buy side of 150 million.
I feel the same way about like the guy from Bloomberg today. Like, he was real relief, right? This guy's like, the guy from Bloomberg today was like, he kind of cut through the bullshit. Like, yeah, I mean, come on, like, take the fucking Main Street half off for a minute. Like, put your like politics aside. The fucking guy from Bloomberg's like, you're all fucking liars. He's like talking to Trump. He's like, you're gonna be a fucking. He's like, I just listened to 3 different things you said, and it's all spending money. I don't. Well, maybe I'll put my Main Street hat on again. I talked to Winky once about this, or a few other people, maybe Joe and even my wife. I'm like, like when you listen to like the MAGA argument, it doesn't sound so bad. You're like, oh, like, I don't want illegals coming in, right? Okay, do you want to reform illegal immigration so we can let them in quickly and easily and vetted and all that? Sure. Did it happen? No. And the same thing was like spending. Like, you hear all these like, we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that. You hear from Democrats and Republicans, and it's all bullshit. Like, we don't as people really call out these fucking politicians. it's like fake. It's fugazi. And it sucks because on the surface all this stuff sounds, like all of it sounds good. I don't think most of us would disagree with most of these things. But it becomes like pandering and stumping and feelings and emotions and pulling with your heartstrings, all that kind of stuff. And even that guy from Bloomberg today was like, none of this fucking shit makes sense. And that guy's smart as fuck, right? The guy's like hella smart. And even he knows it's all bullshit. So Wall Street hat back on again. It's like what this trader just said. I drilled more wells during Obama than anyone else, right? Like, you think someone's going to be something they tell you they are, and they're not, right? You got a Democrat in office, more wells drilled under him than anyone else, right? So, I take all politics today with a grain of bullshit. Not even a grain, a fucking pile of bullshit. We live in an era right now of greed everywhere, right? That like all the fucking Senate's trading, fucking House was trading. Like, we have like more, I've never seen this kind of greed ever. I'm old. I'm getting old. I can tell you right now, I've never seen this greed, not in my lifetime. And I've never had. I mean, there might have been this kind of greed at the turn of the century, maybe like 1900. Leading up to the 30s or something, but I didn't know anybody alive then. I got some people I knew that were alive in the 30s, but they were kids. But in terms of like real greed, I've never seen it, and it's everywhere. It's not just like Democrats or Republicans. It's like oligarchs, corporations. It's seeping into everything today. I've never seen it like it is. I've never seen the influence of other countries in our country like I do right now. I can't make what's real and what's fake anywhere. I really can't. It's like, it doesn't matter who it is. Doesn't matter if it's Democrats, Republicans. Doesn't matter if it's a fucking story I read somewhere. I don't know where it originated. I don't know how it got there. I don't know who's soft amplifying these things. So, dude, it sucks to be us today, doesn't it? Like, you kind of, come on. Like, I was just talking to Winky about it. I'm like, this sucks. I feel so, I think Winky related it well to me. He said, like, it used to be like you entertain that stuff, but it's not real. And now it's like real. It's extreme greed. We're living in a time of weird greed. It's kind of weird. I don't know how else to explain it. I feel like it's my job too, because I'm getting older, to talk about it more. I don't, but it's a weird time. I don't remember any of this. I do remember like fallout from the 60s and 70s from when I was young. But I don't remember this being a part of it at all. I've been told this is a somewhat similar situation, or the last time that was similar was like 65 to early 70s, but I don't think it's quite that either. I don't recall it being exactly like this in that time period. There's some differences for sure. Fall of the Roman Empire? I don't know if it is. I don't know that I subscribe to that yet. I think I've read some of those books about that, and they all seem to disagree that we're just young. We're an adolescent Rome. We're not really a full-grown Rome yet. I don't think we're there. Although I do think people want to see us be that, right? That fall of Rome. And it's not always just your enemies either. There's some parts of this. I was just talking to Winky about this. I was like, some parts of it's not even your real enemies. Some of your enemies are portrayed as your friends, like corporations, oligarchs, and even people that just want to see you get knocked down a peg. That may you may perceive as an ally, may not be. So there's some of that going on for sure. I just don't know that it's. I don't know if that comes though from reality, or if that comes from just I want to see them fall like Rome. That's my own feeling, and I'm going to push that out. Not you personally. I'm not saying that you want to see that. I'm saying that narrative is likely parroted and portrayed for a reason. It's hard to see us falling that quick. It really is. You gotta. It's hard for people to grasp how big we actually are. Like we have like our geography plays a big role into this. The reach out and touch someone, the logistics, the high seas, the air, like air, sea is big things. Like I was talking to Winky earlier too, so I was chatting with Winky, and I'm like, we're discussing the fall of the English Empire, and you're talking about like the ocean, like the you're talking about like a nation that ran the high seas, right? They no longer did that. They stared to lose that in World War I, but then World War II was really worse. There's some like real big things at play here that are not here right now. Not yet, at least. Not yet. We're not there yet. It is sketchy, though. I'm not going to disagree with you and say it's not sketchy. It is. It's a source of concern. Just burning this end of this close. No new low right now. That's positive for the bulls to be buyers into tomorrow. 2 minutes left to the close. Oop, hold on 1 second here. I got to buy some motherfucking calls here. Hold on. Not paying attention here. Oh, come on. Do me a fill here. Sweet. Jesus Christ, I'm not paying attention. Just rounding off an order here. I've got 100. Oh, I've got 90 right now. Add another 10 pack in there. There we go. Just rounding it up right now. Do I think we're vulnerable to cyber attacks? I think that it's nothing that you should live your life around. That's like World War III type of stuff. I've told you already what Art Cashin says. Cyber attacks like that are World War III. We would fuck some shit up. It would be pretty bad. So you wouldn't really have anything to worry about if that happened. I don't think we're vulnerable. I don't think in any way, shape, or form. I think, it sucks to say this. I don't want to say this. Was it 1,500 or 2,000 people lost their lives on that attack in Israel, right? And I think 40,000 or 45,000 people lost their lives in response to that action. People that try to rewrite what happened after 9/11, we lost 1,500 people, and we went in and killed a lot of motherfuckers around the world, hundreds of thousands. So you got to think if something like that were to happen, the response would be brutal, to say the least. So I don't think that happens. Not now. It could happen down the road, but not today. I think that only happens from a country where it's like World War III. China's a wild card. They are. I don't know that it's today. I think we have a confrontation with them. They have some real fucked up shit happening to them in the next decade. I think that confrontation happens. It could also be some reform too. It doesn't necessarily have to be all-out war. The Cold War was like that. We didn't actually have a nuclear war, did we? We had deterrence, and we had the fall of the USSR, didn't we? And also, China had reform already. China was a communist country, and now it's what? It's kind of like an oligarchy, capitalist, fake communism, right? China's not a communist nation, or in the classic sense. In my view, they aren't. They actually remind me of an oligarchy with like I don't even know if it's an it's kind of an oligarchy in my view. Z is like a dictator. I don't even know if I'd call it an oligarchy, more like a dictatorship. Reformed by prison camp. I mean reform more in line. You could see reform, or you could just see we gotta do what we do, you're gonna do what you do, right? So you have that confrontation. And how long did the Cold War last? You could say it was 46, 45. It began really in the early. You could actually claim it started earlier than that. With just the development of the bomb, we know that Stalin knew about the bomb before he was told by us. He had spies in the U.S., so you could claim that he knew in the early 40s, but the Cold War possibly started then, and it lasted into what, 89, I think, 89, 86 or 89, I can't remember. It was in 1989. Don't hold me to this shit. You guys are asking me questions with no research done. Okay, I'll see you guys tomorrow. See you at 9:30 in the morning. Don't get too crazy about that stuff. I want to talk to you guys about something serious here. Don't get too crazy down the rabbit hole on this stuff. This stuff is meant to like eat your fucking brain out. It's meant to elicit a reaction from you and emotions from you. Don't get too crazy with it. Like, just stay focused on what's ahead of you, and try to be a good citizen. That's it. That's the most important part, is be a good citizen. Be, what we say we are as Americans, and like look towards that as your guidance. And you can vote differently than me. I can vote differently than you. Just remember, you're an American. Remember you said a pledge of allegiance as a kid and that kind of stuff, and be helpful in life, be helpful of the processes that we have, make change where you can by voting and all that kind of stuff. Do that. Don't be too crazy with like end of the world shit. No, you're not. I'm not mad that you're asking those questions. I realize that I'm 100% aware that people are like, I've never seen this before. I've never seen the emotions and the craziness, and like, it's wild right now. I get you. I get it. I get it 100%. Yeah, man. 100%. Whole world's on edge. Like, country's on edge. I'm hearing like the things that I see in here right now. I'm like, I feel like I'm in a fucking Twilight Zone. 100%. We're in a Twilight Zone. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow, 9:30 in the morning. We'll see if we start burning or not. If we burn, let's do it. Fucking bring it on, baby. I want it to burn. I think they're gonna drag it out though. I think they're gonna fucking drag it out over like 3 to 5 sessions. I think we don't start selling until we get to the weekend. And if we do, fuck yeah, bring it on, baby. Fucking dude, I want a correction so fucking bad. So bad. I can't tell you guys. I love corrections. They're like the world. They're like free money, free reaction trade. I'll talk to you guys soon. Have a great night. Get outside, touch grass.